That's his key. Find out more on Retirement Realized Radio with Chad Owen, Sunday morning at 10 on 630 KHAL, Denver's talk station.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
A little bit cooler and mostly cloudy for your Tuesday. Temperatures today are going to be in the upper 40s and low 50s. That wind is quite a bit lighter, but still about 15 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, renowned biographer Walter Isaacson tells the story of the man who created the 21st century, Steve Jobs. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Story.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Robert F. Kennedy has gotten the thumbs up from the Senate Finance Committee. Louisiana Republican Bill Cassidy, a doctor, was at first skeptical of his vaccination stance, but ended up backing him in committee. The Senate Intelligence Committee will vote today on Tulsi Gabbard's Director of National Intelligence nomination. The trade war between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada has been stalled for a month, but 10% tariffs are now in place on Chinese-made goods. Could President Trump be thinking the same thing for products made in the European Union? Possibly, says ABC Business correspondent Alexis Christoforous.
Think olive oil, cheese, wine, chocolate, the list goes on. We import more than we export to the EU. And he is upset that there's not that balance.
China retaliated against the tariffs by slapping a 15% tariff on U.S. goods. The flight data recorder from that plane that collided with a helicopter over the Potomac, killing 67 people, is now being analyzed. This is ABC News. Makeup giant Estee Lauder now says it may cut as many as 7,000 jobs, more than 11% of its worldwide workforce. Sales dropped 6% in the most recent quarter, and it raised worries about tariffs. Space lovers are in for a very busy day with 5 rocket launches planned over the next 24 hours.
In fact, one
ignition and liftoff
is already off the launch pad. SpaceX has sent another batch of Starlink internet satellites into space, and the booster that did the heavy lifting was successfully retrieved. Later today, Blue Origin hopes to send up an uncrewed research capsule before a New Zealand space company, and then the Russians lift off. SpaceX rounds out the day with a second launch from Florida's Kennedy Space Center this evening. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Higher egg prices now hitting the Waffle House, a restaurant chain now adding a 50-cent per egg surcharge. Bird flu has forced farmers to slaughter millions of chickens, and egg prices have more than doubled since the summer of 2023. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
You pledged your life to serve, to make our country stronger, safer, more free, more equal. You worked tirelessly, made sacrifices, missed first steps and birthdays, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the setbacks endured. We see lessons applied and passion driving you upward and forward. We don't see all the masks you wear, but we hope you can set some aside. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your past, your fears, or your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see hope, a path forward, a future. We see all veterans. We see you. An opportunity to help you achieve a new mission, whatever that may be. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit MakeTheConnection.net.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
After visiting Buckley Space Force Base yesterday, Congressman Jason Crow has an update on how the base will be used when it comes to mass deportation efforts. Crow says he found Buckley is being used for Homeland Security operations, but not for detainment.
I have been told that it will not be used to house immigrants and detainees, that it will only be used as a staging location for law enforcement and a coordination center for ongoing operations.
Crow says though people are not being detained at the base now, things can change, and he will continue to do regular check-ins and oversight. Jury selection is underway for the trial of a former Clear Creek County deputy charged in connection with the death of Christian Glass. Andrew Buin was found guilty of reckless endangerment, but prosecutors decided to retry him after the jury was unable to reach a verdict on more serious charges, including second-degree murder. Glass was shot and killed in 2022 after he refused to get out of his vehicle after it became stuck near Silver Plume. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lear Capital.
Yeah, still delays in the foothills for motors heading down Floyd Hill from the top all the way to the bottom there and through the Veteran Memorial tunnels, kind of reeling a little bit. They've reopened the highway. It's all for rock scaling. E470 out to the east coming, it looks like north of Pena. We've got a big jam up developing there. That's some road work. Not sure how long that'll last. I-25 up north's been a little sluggish. There's been some construction down past 104th, 270 up through Vasquez. And it looks like Tech Center's back to normal. Just a little bit of traffic coming in and out of downtown. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again. And now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie at Sound Relief Tinnitus and Hearing Center. One size fits all might be fine for a pair of socks, but treating tinnitus, that incessant ringing in your ears, requires a personalized solution. My team at Sound Relief will guide you through options like tinnitus retraining therapy and bimodal stimulation tailored specifically to your needs. Experience the difference that personalized care makes at Sound Relief. Visit us at soundrelief.com. That's soundrelief.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com. Denver's talk station has your chance to win. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you any way we can by solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. All you have to do is call 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net. Get your handle on the healthiest water around for your kitchen sink for drinking under $1,200, like $1,100. And then whole house, get rid of forever chemicals, $3,400. These systems are primary. Before supplements and organic food, get your water right. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. So what is on your mind today? A lot of people are talking about tariffs and how they affect consumers. Obviously, tariffs will affect prices somehow. Businesses pay more. A lot of people misunderstand what a tariff is. Let's break it down for dummies. A tariff is a tax you pay on top of everything else. So it's an import tax, basically, or an export tax. So if somebody's exporting something to us, or actually we're having it imported. So if Ford Motor Company or a drug company imports things and there's a tariff on it, they pay for the product, they pay the normal shipping fees and handling fees, and then on top of that, there's a percentage for a tariff. Those tariffs are collected by the federal government. So the tariff makes the product more expensive when an American company is importing it by 5, 10, 15, 25, whatever the tariff is. The question is, does that company take 5, 10, 15, or whatever less profit, or do they simply mark up the retail price? Well, it can go both ways. Sometimes they split it. Sometimes they add it to the product. If they add it to the product, arguably products go up. inflation goes up. If they share it, if they take some of the expense themselves, it goes to the stock's bottom line, which can affect stock prices and therefore the stock market. So a lot of companies with heavy imports, their stock might go down. Earnings might go down. It's all math. It just has to do with what the companies do with the tariffs. Do they pass them on? Do they share some of them? Do they eat them? That's for importing. Now, when people put tariffs on American goods to get back at us, so let's say China now, they're pissed off and saying, okay, we're going to put tariffs on American goods. Well, that means Americans ship in some stuff to Russia or China. Well, let's say China. That's what I mean. So China puts a tariff on it. So now a farmer who's selling goods to China through a broker, it's not direct, but their product is more expensive to the end user. So now the end user can do a few things. The end user can pass it on to their Chinese consumers. The end user can absorb it, or the end user can say to the supplier, hey, your product is getting too expensive, so to help us out with the tariffs, we want you to lower the price of the product. Now, we can do that too. So if China puts some tariffs on products that make them more expensive for business here, it's always business to business with tariffs, right? But then they eventually sell the products they make with those products to the public, or they pass them on. Right? So here's the deal. So we can demand as American businesses, wait a minute, China, if your government put a bunch of stuff, a bunch of tariffs on us, or if America put 25% on your product, you're going to have to lower your product. So you see, there's all kinds of ways this can play out. There is no one way. There's all kinds of ways it can weigh out. Most people concede it will be a burden on the consumer eventually, one way or the other. Mark, how do you feel about tariffs? Now, I feel to begin with, the tariffs aren't the end goal anyway. I feel it's a bargaining chip. Mark?
I agree. It's definitely a bargaining chip. We saw that with Mexico and Canada. We saw that with Colombia. With China, it's a little different. It's very complicated over there. It's not going to be anything that's solved in 1 week. We have to stop the fentanyl or the substances to make fentanyl, the raw fentanyl, going into Mexico. We've got to do a lot over there. The tariff situation with them has not been fair for a long time. They don't allow some of our products to even be sold over there. It's just not going to be solved in 1 week. That's going to be a very long-term issue. The other ones are easy. The ones I don't like is Europe. I don't understand why we can't sell Ford and Chevy over there, but yet they can sell Mercedes, BMW, and everything else. Europe has treated us very unfairly for years, and they're supposed to be our allies. Hell, we protect them. In fact, if it wasn't for us, they'd be speaking German, quite frankly, and they treat us like crap over there.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not sure why. The situation is the way it is right now. I mean, I just don't fully understand what they hope to accomplish doing it back. Now, it's not like Americans, I don't think, are asking for unreasonable demands. They're saying, look, we're tired of your fentanyl. We're tired of your illegal aliens or illegal, whatever, intruders, whatever, undocumented people. We're tired of it. And so we want you to do something about it. That's really what it's all about.
The other thing with tariffs, I think Colombia figured out real quick, and possibly Canada. So 96% of the car parts they make in Canada are sold to the U.S. I mean, virtually we're their only customer. So what would happen if that did go in? Well, companies would start sourcing with Mexico. They would start sourcing with Taiwan, maybe even China. And once they retooled all those places, that would be a big problem because Canada would never regain that kind of market share again once they lost it. And that was the same with coffee in Colombia. That's only 20% of the coffee that we bring into the country. My God, we were to resource that in a heartbeat, and no one would have ever gone back to them. So the other thing is that resourcing, even with China, you're going to have resourcing to Taiwan, resourcing to Vietnam. So there's a lot of things that might not affect pricing, although I tend to agree with you 100%. It's definitely going to affect pricing in the short term if it's massive.
Exactly. I mean, so here's the deal. I believe it's being used like a bargaining chip. I don't believe in the long run anyone wants to see tariffs on either side. But I think it's a way to get another country's attention to say, look, we're tired of one-way transactions. We want a little participation here to help. We want you to take your end or to hold up more of your end of the bargain. Crack down on fentanyl, crack down on illegal immigrants coming into the country, and it'll be even. Now, of course, China says, as they said remember, China is still maintaining with COVID, they had less than 5,000 cases. So China says they don't have a fentanyl problem. What do you say to that? I mean, they just deny it. Again.
Well, it's absurd. Just like you said, the Wuhan lab had nothing to do with COVID. I mean, come on, get out of here. We all know the truth.
I'm talking about the public outbreaks. Remember their numbers? The countries were reporting
they're nothing.
Millions of cases, and China, with billions of people, said,
the entire city of Wuhan had it. I mean, that's probably 30,000 right there.
And they were claiming they had a total of 4,900 cases. I mean, it's amazing what we allow. But anyway, we're talking how this. I know a lot of people say, Tom, why are you talking politics all the time? Well, we're not. This is a direct consumer issue. If you don't see tariffs as a direct consumer issue, you're nuts. It's a direct.
Hey, I just looked it up, by the way. Wuhan, 13 million
people.
Yeah, so I mean, it's ridiculous they even say stuff like that. But it's even more ridiculous that, our news repeats stuff like that. I mean, that's crazy.
I know it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255 is the number to call if you have a problem, question, or complaint. Deputy D, I don't know if he's in the studio today or where he is, but he had 2 follow-ups yesterday I want to get to. And then he has an attorney. Is he in the studio?
Yeah, he's actually coming in at 10:30.
Okay, I'll wait then.
And then he can do the follow-ups.
Got it. All right, 303-713-TALK. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com for market valuations of your home. If you are looking to find out what your house will sell for, what you can net, what you can buy, what the interest rates are doing, what the supply and demand is doing, what comps are doing, what your neighborhood is doing compared to other neighborhoods, it's a free analysis. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
CMG Financial is a mortgage company. We know John Clace, and these guys do a great job with reverse loans, regular loans, and the all-in-one loan, which is an equity line of credit. You see, it's a 30-year line of credit that you can borrow up and pay it down, have money for emergencies, or pay it back down, and every dime you keep in the bank counts against your average daily balance. I call it the liquid loan. So whether it's the liquid loan, whether it's the reverse loan, or a conventional loan, call John, CMG Mortgage, CMG Financial, 303-577-7206. I want you to call John Fuller if ever you're in a car accident and just ask questions. It's free of charge with no obligation. There's absolutely no downside to doing it. Hey, John, my neck's done, my back, my passenger, what do I do? What do you think it's worth? Where would you collect? Here's the situation. There's no charge, all free. And if you hire him, there's no obligation. But if you do, it's also no out of pocket. It's on a percentage fee basis. And he's happy to talk to you on his cell phone after you hire him, day or night, or text 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. Now, bathrooms are known as expensive. People just automatically assume expensive. That's why I love discountbath.com. What a great name, because it says it all. They believe in discounts. Here's what they do. They take video from you and give you a price. So take your cell phone, walk around and say, hey, I want to move this desk, or this sink, I want to make this a double vanity, I want to take a toilet, I want to do this, or go downstairs to the basement, the unfinished area, I want to do this, I want to do that, or you know what, a new bathroom or a master bathroom. Then they send you a price without coming to your home. Of course, you can always call and talk to them, but they're truly discount. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322, 720-979-2322, discountbath.com.
Yep.
To New
Awesome.
I'll get your link up in a second.
Oh, okay. I like it when my link is up.
Yeah.
My missing link.
Kiss my link.
Remember a link from the Mod Squad? No?
Yeah, actually I do. He was the black guy, right?
Yes. Awesome show. Hey, I've got to ask. So, Tom, what's going on in your head when this sort of thing happens?
Those aren't the end goal anyway.
Whoops. Shit. Play it from the beginning.
Mark, how do you feel about tariffs? Now, I feel to begin with, the tariffs aren't the end goal anyway. I feel it's a bargain.
What's going on when you say, Mark, what do you think about this? Let me tell you what I think about this.
What's going on in my mind? Here's what's going on in my
Yeah.
mind.
I'm used to it.
Let me ask him something. I don't want to hear it. I want to say what's in my mind. Yeah.
Because I'm
Yes.
a prick.
Hey,
Well,
Fords are sold, by the way, in Europe. But like in Germany, their tariffs going in 25%.
Jim, Christmas. No wonder they're a third of the size
Chevy's
of
not
American
over there
cars.
at the moment.
The new Ford Spec being sold in England. I'm digging this Doge deal, shutting down stuff.
I love it. Love it.
Did you see some
The U.S. aid is just massive, man.
Great.
Did you see some of the list of stuff that we are paying for?
$37,000 to help assist a Peruvian high school in publishing a transgender comic book.
Yeah.
I know.
Honest to God.
And I mean, it's
You're full of
yeah,
shit.
and it's
And,
no.
no, it's true.
Sure is true.
That
Oh no,
sounds
it sounds like nickel and dime stuff,
We're
at 40
also
grand here and there, but it
paying
really
for-
adds up.
We're also
These are
paying
your
for
people, Tom.
Rock
Oh, come on.
to have Sesame Street.
Well, we need to pump Sesame Street into a rock. I'll personally pay for that. That country could be a lot better listening to Snuffleupagus.
I would think you would want issue number 1, Shannon. That might be a collector's item.
What is?
The transgender book.
Well, and
Oh, yeah,
some
the
of the,
I hope
some
it's
of
a
the other
pop-up.
stuff like they're pushing like breastfeeding in Somalia for like 35 million.
Well, they're mostly A cups. I understand. Okay. Stand by.
I like when people say Trump can't get rid of it. Of course he can. The whole thing was created with a presidential executive order.
An iHeartRadio station.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And we are here trying to sift through the day and make sense of everything when it comes to your heart and your pocketbook. And I do have some follow-ups, and I do have some notes here. Somebody wants to know if you are going to talk about, they said, if you're going to talk about politics and finance and how it relates to our pocketbook, why don't you talk about how to survive tariffs or how to survive price increases? Well, geez, I don't know if there's an answer to that. I mean, I guess you go for the best deals. I mean, it's still, when it comes right down to it, being a good consumer is getting the best value. I mean, that's truly what you want. You want to be a smart consumer. So how do you be a smart consumer? I mean, how do you? One of the ways you become a smart consumer is by shopping, by comparing. And it might be that prices do go up temporarily. It might be that they don't. You know, we're supposed to look at this like we're doing this for a reason. We have been taken advantage of on the world stage, and we want to even out the playing field. By the way, why do people believe that getting rid of aid, this is the financial aid, the U.S. aid office, is going to help us around the world? Aid helps us to become more loved around the world, and by pulling it, we're isolating ourselves and inviting more terrorists and hostility. How do you answer that?
Yeah, it's called America First. It's pretty simple.
Right. But what people say,
I rather give that money to some guy that fought in World War II or Vietnam that's out on the streets right now. Get him help compared to helping a transgender.
In a way, okay. Now we have had some ridiculous. What are some of the ridiculous programs aid was playing for? There were some good ones.
Oh my God! Electric vehicles in Vietnam, trans care clinics in. I don't even know what, in Vietnam, LGBTQ initiatives globally, everywhere. They have a comic book, $37,000 for a transvestite comic book.
Not transvestite.
Serbian LGBTQ groups. Listen to this one. Millions to a lab in China for COVID research. Yep, that's right. The White Coat Waste Project Anti-Animal Experimentation Group also uncovered the U.S. aid funded $38 million worth of grants that ended up going to the same lab where COVID-19 is believed to originated from. That's nice. HIV research about transgenders in South Africa. It just goes on and on and on. And by the way, every dollar they get, Tom, I think 40 to 43% of it is for their cost. In other words, that money goes nowhere. We don't even know where it goes. It goes for rent, it goes for payroll, but there's no breakdown of any of this stuff. What kind of organization, like take a good I don't know, a good organization, a good nonprofit. I think they operate like on 5%.
Mark, did you hear that more than half of them don't even show up to the office? They don't even.
It's ridiculous. We don't know who's actually working or who's not. They're just paying themselves. Okay. It's ridiculous. We're going to find a lot more of this.
I want to remind people to call us with a problem, question, or complaint. Now, I'm going to go through some text here. 303-713-TALK.
Hey, hold on. How about an opera? Listen to this. How about an opera in Colombia? I mean, why are we paying for an opera in Colombia? Efforts to expand atheism abroad. Almost $500,000 to expand atheism in Nepal. What is that?
I have no idea. Anyway, 303-713-8255. You can always call 303-MARTINO. 303-627-8466 24/7 and leave a message, and we'll get back to you. Now, Super Bowl ads. Do you know what they're up to right now? What is it, like $5 million for a...
$7 million?
I mean, for 30 seconds. Think about this. Now, what I looked up some of the bombs. 5 Super Bowl commercials that were the worst commercials and backfired and had negative effects. You could liken them to the Bud Light and that Mulvaney or whatever, but it's not one of those. Okay, but there were 5 commercials, not all in one year, over the years, that were a big giant failure, starting back in 2015. I don't remember this commercial. It showed a boy in a tuxedo. It was a somber commercial, and he was describing all of the experiences he will not be able to live through, like his prom or his graduation or, play dates, because he was killed in an accident, in a preventable accident. It was intended to show the world that child safety can help, extend the life of these young people. But it turned out to be so morbid that it backfired big time. Now I'm going to click this. I don't know if we can hear it, but when we do, hold on. It's like,
I'll never learn to ride a bike.
Anyway, you can't really hear what's going on. It's showing him on a bus. It's showing him, hang gliding and all this thing. And then at the end, it basically says, no, I'm never going to get to do any of these because I drowned in my bathtub. Can you believe this? That's true. It's a true story. I mean, this was an ad in 2015. Now, there was one more that I never knew about. This was in 2016. Do you remember this ad? Or do you even look at the ads, Mark, Shannon, Kachina? This was a pump.
I remember most of them. What is it?
This one was a creature that was part puppy, monkey, and a human baby. It was
nice.
The puppy, monkey, baby commercial featured this disturbing hybrid creature dancing and singing because it wanted to emphasize the combination of strange things that Mountain Dew is doing. Their juice and their caffeine and their Mountain Dew. And they said they thought this bizarre ad would be viral, and it was in a way, but not for the product. It was because of how grotesque it was. So those were the top. They weren't the top bad ones. We're going 5, 4, and then we'll go 3, 2, 1. Those were the two of the top 5 that did badly. Another one, this one was canceled due to the LBGYQTXYZ00 AEIOU 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 groups. We'll do that coming right up.
Thank you.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lear Capital.
Yeah, we've had a rolling construction project up north, southbound I-25, down past 104th Avenue. It started up around 120th, in fact, so watch for lane restrictions. It is jamming traffic a little bit through that particular stretch, southbound only. 270 looks good. The east side of I-70 is not bad. Pena's wide open to and from the airport. Do have construction work, US 6 west of Golden, Clear Creek Canyon, but I-70 is wide open. No delays up and down Floyd Hill. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
888heating.com. Call them right now for a deep clean for $45. These are good, honest people we've known on a referral list more than 20 years. They're doing something else, though, and I stress this because if people are replacing systems, these guys say they have the highest efficiency units and hybrid units for the best prices anywhere. Think about the guaranteed lowest price when it comes to high efficiency, where you can save 40 to 50% a month in bills. So if you're getting an old system and you want to get it checked, or if you have an old system, you're getting it checked, go to 888heating.com. They can help you out, and they want you to put them to the test. 303-770-2776, 770-2776.
Monster BTK. The instance.
Hey, Chopper, good morning. Hey, hi. How's it going? Another day. I don't know where she wants. She'll probably put you over.
Probably
there.
right here. There's plenty of room right here.
Yeah. Because you have your own computer, right?
Yep, sure do. How's it going?
It's another day.
Okay, good. It's just so Scott out there. Is anybody else here?
No, just the three of us.
Okay, cool.
The guests no-showed. I thought you'd be at Tom's house.
Oh, no, not today. Who was the guest?
10 minutes ago, it would be in my memory.
Okay.
Who was the guest today?
The guy from Discount Down.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember.
Thank you, sir.
Shit. Damn it.
How come you can't play the sound effects, Tom?
Oh, I can now. I worked
Oh,
it
good.
out the other day. On something here though, I'm reading something, Mark. The link I sent you works, but it requires me to copy and paste you into the program every day. There's another one that we used to use that will automatically paste you, and I'm going to send you a new link that you can get on, and then this will be the new link. But I want to check it and test it first before I keep doing it.
Okay.
Okay, good. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make
email.
Yeah. And then, I mean, I can put you up right now. I just wanted to make sure that you have one that I never have to do that for. It just comes up automatically. So.
Did I miss any good fun calls?
We've got no calls. There are no calls.
What?
Yeah.
It's okay, I've got like 3 updates.
Typical Tuesday.
That's so weird. Yeah, I mean, it's very weird. I know the radio station is working because I heard a little bit on the air, or on the drive over here.
Yeah, we're talking about tariffs.
That's the part that I heard.
Okay, so I do that. So that would be the remote link. This would be the remote link. And then that would be there. That would be there. So that's different. Huh. Nope.
What's that? Oh.
Little button.
Hey, Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how long each break is today, please? And I don't mean how long it actually is, like if Tom goes over, but how long it's supposed to be.
That I do not know.
He's trying to be an asshole.
No, it's got nothing to do with you.
Okay.
And I do not know.
Well, I mean, you can't add them up on the screen.
Well, it's got the lives in there, and then it's got filler,
And it's so the next one says 6:15.
That's what I need to know.
Okay, is that true?
Well, let's find out.
Okay. And then
But I got to compare that to what the tie line does.
And you're using the word tie line wrong. You know that, right?
No, why?
Because that's just the audio connection. It has nothing to do with the timing of the brakes. You know that, right?
Well, yeah. But the problem is, I don't know what their automation is set up for. So when you trigger the brake, I don't.
At khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we've been talking about anything on your mind, mainly what's on our mind today. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. You know how the show works. Calls get priority. Now, Dimitri, Deputy D, has some follow-ups.
I am finally here, Tom. I'm ready for some follow-ups if you are.
So I want to go back to Tim and Home Depot. Basically, what Tim says is a charge showed up. He bought a steel building.
Not quite.
Okay, wait. Is this the steel building or not? No. This
is the Traeger barbecue grill.
Hold on. Let me just find it here. Yeah.
And the call was on January 27th.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Hold on, January 27th. Okay, so on January 27th, he calls in. He says, "Look, I have a problem. I can't get my money. I can't get my refund, and it's really a crazy thing." But what happened was, he bought a grill at Home Depot on the 4th of December and then canceled it on the 5th. It was delivered anyway. They picked it up on the 30th of December and said, "Okay, we're going to refund your money." They said, "We gave you your money. It's in PayPal." But PayPal says, "We haven't gotten anything from Home Depot." So he still owes PayPal credit $1,600 or $1,700, but they say it's never been credited or they would cancel it out. So what happened?
Both Home Depot and PayPal kept pointing the finger at each other, so poor Tim was just kind of stuck in the middle. In the meantime, he doesn't care whose fault it is. He just wants his 1,600 clams back. So I developed a source deep inside Home Depot. I don't even know what state, but it's somewhere at corporate. And the gentleman I spoke with over there really sprang into action. He said, "Hey man, just send me a copy of the guy's receipt, give me his name, phone number, all that, and I'll take care of it." And he did. Tim let me know. Tim sent me an email either the day after or maybe 2 days later at most. He says, "Hey, this cat over at Home Depot got me a complete refund, and I checked my PayPal account, and sure enough, it's right in there." So that was the end of, end of Tim's saga.
Think about this. He was dealing with this for months and months, and all it took was someone at the company to get it done. Why is it that not everyone can get it done?
Well, not everyone can use your name when they call Home Depot.
No, but I'm talking about the guy
that
inside
opened a lot
Home
of doors
Depot.
for me.
Yeah. Now, how much? So Tim,
1,600 and change.
Tim must be really happy. By the way, did he ever end up getting a grill?
Yeah, he returned the Home Depot grill because he found a better deal on the same grill from another retailer. So he did end up with a grill at presumably a better price, and he got his refund. And he sent me an email saying he's been listening to you for, I'm not kidding you, he said 45 years.
You mean the guy at Home Depot?
So, no, Tim, the caller. Yeah, so he was very grateful.
You had a guy call in on the 30th. His name was Paul. And he had another frustrating problem. And basically, it was with a car repossession, right?
Yeah, Paul had his pickup truck repossessed by First Tech Federal Credit Union. And he doesn't dispute that they had a good reason to repossess. I mean, he just didn't make payments for whatever reason. But a few days after the repossession, which got the caller's attention, and his name is Paul. So Paul finally started paying attention. He paid off. He zeroed out He went online and zeroed out his entire car loan with
after
First Tech.
repossessed.
Yeah. But he had certain period to apparently cure the default. So he got it. So he got the loan paid off, and he wanted his truck back. So he went over to a company that towed it away. It's called Midnight Recovery. And Midnight Recovery says, "Oh, wait, man, we don't have your truck anymore. It's over at Mannheim Auction, getting ready to be sold off for the on behalf of the creditor." So he went to Mannheim, and I don't know if he went there in person or called, but they said, "Hey, we got the truck. They confirmed that it's truck. It's scheduled for the auction, but they can't release it to Paul because First Tech Federal Credit Union needs to authorize Mannheim to release it to the caller, right, to the consumer." And according to Paul, he tried to get First Tech Federal Credit Union to call Mannheim or email or whatever they do to get the truck released to him, and they just wouldn't do it. So Paul was getting really nervous because, hey, he wasn't sure when the day is coming, but the day is going to come when the truck is going to be sold to somebody else. So that's when he called us and asked for help. He wanted his truck back.
What did you do?
And I found this lady who is the vice president of. Let's see, I'm not going to say her name, but according to the credit union's website, she's the vice president of public affairs. Of course, no phone number, but I emailed her, no response. I emailed her 2 or 3 times, just asking for comment, and if she can, maybe help the dude, get his truck back, and, just kind of verify that the loan has actually been paid off. Never heard back from her, but then suddenly Friday night, I get an email from some company, some kind of a PR branding company, who says, "Hey, sorry about the long time to respond to your emails to First Tech Federal Credit Union. They've engaged our services to discuss this matter with you. However, we have a policy of not discussing customer affairs with anybody outside because of," she quoted some baloney about respect for customer privacy. Notwithstanding the fact that the customer himself called a radio show to complain, I understand. So I said, well, I understand. So I said, okay, I'll just tell, I'll update everybody. I'll say you guys had no comment. But it turned out that Paul emailed me the next day at some point during the weekend. I think it was on Saturday. And he said, hey, they released my truck and I can go pick it up now. So whatever was going on in the background.
Immediately after you called.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Emailed. Yeah. I emailed over a period of 2 days. And the only response I got from First Tech Federal Credit Union is no comment.
All right.
That's
so
how
basically,
I think of that. Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping this is going to work. Mark is challenging my dinger. And, but I owe you 2 of them. And, let me just say something. Here's an inside joke. My dinger hasn't been working as it used to, but let me say. Hey, Shannon, did you get that? Did my dinger come through?
Get what, your dinger?
Did my dinger come through, Mark? Come on, guys.
Nope.
It did too. Do you guys hear that?
All right, Tom, you can owe me a dinger. Don't worry about it.
I think it was a soft dinger.
Wait. You're not hearing that, Dimitri?
No.
You liars. I'm seeing it right on this board, you doggone liar.
It's so funny how he thinks we're all lying.
All right.
No one can hear it.
And by the way, Tom didn't touch anything.
Not our deceit.
Okay, I'm going to say you do hear it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep, we hear it. We're messing with you.
On.
Let me see.
We're messing with you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it all the way up, and I'm going to tell you you're hearing it right now. I'm going to turn it right up. Don't do it. I'm going to do it, Shannon. Hold on, one more.
That was you.
Do you guys hear that?
There it is. Yep.
No.
Are you just telling them that?
Did you hear?
Yes, because if I tell him no, he won't believe me.
Gosh, dog it. I'm watching it. Hold on. Here's another one.
You're watching it on YouTube. The people on YouTube hear it. No one else does, though.
Testing 1, 2. I'm going to do it again.
You're not sending it to the station. You're just sending it to YouTube.
Oh, wait. YouTube's getting it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now I got to figure out what the hell's going on. You people, I'm telling you. I get.
I bet you didn't touch anything though.
No, that time I did. I tried to bring in a new sound effect. I'm so baffled
It'd
by
be
this.
great if you'd work on today's show.
Okay, let's work on today's show. Dimitri.
Yeah.
You got his car back. You got the thing. Ding, ding, ding.
Thanks a lot. That's even better.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
Just show.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. That's very kind of you. I have another case closed from the 23rd if you guys want to hear about it now, or we can do it later.
No, for sure. Let's do it.
So on the
later
call that Mark took
wait.
on the 23rd.
Shannon's saying we got to wait. He's saying I took too much time on my dinger. Now we got to take a break.
Okay.
This is a break to recalibrate my dinger right after this.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, we've had a rolling construction project up north, southbound I-25, down past 104th Avenue. They started up around 120th, in fact, so watch for lane restrictions. It is jamming traffic a little bit through that particular stretch, southbound only. 270 looks good. The east side of I-70 is not bad. Pena is wide open to and from the airport. Do have construction work, US 6 west of Golden, Clear Creek Canyon, but I-70 is wide open. No delays up and down Floyd Hill. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the most important children's book illustrator of the 20th century. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Okay. You know, Joe Lazzara has a difficult job because he's a defense attorney. And people have all kinds of questions. So he decided, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do free initial consultations if you're in trouble and you need help with a DUI, DWAI, maybe assault, some kind of criminal charge, whatever it is. First of all, he's going to give you advice free up front. If you decide to hire him, it'll be on a flat fee basis. One thing I'm going to tell you, guilty, innocent, falsely accused, it doesn't matter. You cannot do it alone. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. We've done the shopping for you. And remember, flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200, LazzaraLegal.com, and you can find him on referralist.com. K&H Home Solutions has a solution for you, being one of the oldest home improvement companies in all of Colorado. They have siding, windows, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. The Alpine window, made right here in Colorado, is a great option. Energy efficient, beautiful, and made here for today's conditions. You won't have the outgassing that a lot of windows do that are made at sea level. Check them out, khwindows.com, 303-421-7100, 421-7100.
Thank you.
Trump's going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's good.
Who do you think they're going to pan to more, Trump or Taylor Swift?
Swizzle? I don't know.
I put a poll up. We'll see what people say.
I'm proud of you at your age.
Thank you. It'll be curious. I bet because it's on Fox, I think they'll pan probably quite a bit to the president.
Sure. I like that the Roman numerals spell licks.
I know. Most people think Taylor Swift by far. Well, there's 33% says 50-50.
50-50 what, Mark? What are you talking about? Mark.
Do you think they will pan to Trump more at the Super Bowl than Taylor Swift?
No. Yes.
They're both going to be there.
What?
I think they'll pan more to Trump.
I think more. Oh, I don't know, actually. It's a good point.
He's trying to adjust OSB. Stop bothering him.
I'm not going to do it while we're on the air. No dinger for Tom. That's humiliating because it comes from.
Take a blue pill.
Now, isn't it just in the roads? Or were you trying to play it off your pooter?
Okay, here's the thing, Shannon, since you have a technical mind.
Here we go.
Shut up.
Barely.
See, Mark is just...
He's right. He's right.
Here's what's going on.
Oh, there's the music. That's your... What the hell do they call those? Those triggers, whatever they are. Yep.
That's me, though. That's not him.
Oh, very nice. You got to try to get your hands on Tom's dinger.
Every time I see Tom trying to do something on his computer...
You do that?
I do that.
Since we can't play Hail to the Chief anymore.
Why not?
Well, because he's gone.
Because now it means effectiveness and competence.
Brandon. I love Brandon. I miss Brandon.
So does he.
I don't know what he said. I don't think he knows what he said.
Oh, yeah.
Best line ever.
Okay, I'm getting BMW. BMW has gotten an alert from your car that your tires are low, your brake pads are low, you are desperately needing service.
And your breath is bad.
If you do not contact
That's
us,
how they sell you, brother.
That's
how they sell you.
If you do not contact us, we will disable the car when it has been idle.
What?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll send you the notice. I'm going to send you the notice right now. I'm going to copy it.
Okay.
You're just jealous.
And we'll disable your car.
Okay.
Hey, Goebbels.
When it's been
That's a lawsuit
idle,
waiting to
when it's
happen.
been idle, they know when it's been parked, and they're going to disable it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Bounce that off the viewer.
They know too much.
Or someone's really fucking with you.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
I'm going to send you a text from Google numbers starting later today.
Your daughter needs bail money. Send it
Mark
to this
thinks he
cash
knows
app.
everything.
I want to see, where's this? Let me see it. Where is it?
I'm trying to send it to you.
Where's the BMW alert they're going to disable your car?
Unless you give us gift cards.
Unless if you buy Amazon gift cards.
I can't get the warning to go off when you get it from the dealer on my app. I've got one on my Honda.
They're going to be, guess who's in Trump's crosshairs now?
Who? Oh.
My favorite that I hope goes away forever.
Financial protection?
Department of Education.
Oh, nice.
Rock Station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, have you ever had a car threaten to be shut down if you don't do what you're supposed to do? Well, I just got one. Apparently, my car's they always tell me how many miles I have to service and all of that. Now, they told me that we've gotten an alert, a service alert from your car. They say that the tires are low, dangerously low, and also now my brake pads are in need of replacement, and I should pull over immediately and have them bring me in, or and they say numerous other issues are overdue. If you do not call or make an appointment, in essence, we are going to disable the vehicle. Now, why don't you believe that? I'm looking right at it. I'll even put it up on the feed.
I thought you were going to send it to me to look at.
Well, I'm going to. I mean, I haven't had a chance. I've been on the air, sir.
Can you imagine? I mean, what a great way to sell you stuff. We're going to disable your car unless you bring it to the dealership.
They say for safety, they have an obligation. You can disable this. You can go on. Okay, I'm going to be honest. You can go on, when you hit the link, you go onto the app and it says to disable this service and take full responsibility, blah, blah, blah. You can disable that for the future. I didn't know it was enabled. So, anyway, folks, we are living in a big brother kind of society. There are all kinds of crazy disclaimers. You want to talk about some of them? You wouldn't believe them. And I won't get into all of them because it's a family show. Stick around.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah. Yes.
So I hear you perfect. On the radio, it's perfect. But on YouTube, the majority of people by far are saying you're super low. Just on YouTube, though, because your volume to me is perfect.
Okay. I can turn that up just on YouTube. I can do that. So let me do that right.
Hey, Chris, let us know after he turns it up if it's better.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it up. Hold on. Where am I? Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. All right.
Testing.
Hold on.
So
turn it up a little
hold
more.
on. I got to turn it up more.
Testing 1 2 3 4. That's. I'm not going to drive
Testing.
it much more because Shannon says it clips. Although I kept Lucy the same.
All right. What do you think, guys?
But I never listen to YouTube, so I don't know. You sounding good here. Still good here.
Yeah, just people on YouTube. Come on, Chris. Is it good now or what?
Testing 1 2.
Smidge more, says Chris.
And I'm not messing with you, Tom. It's you sound as good as you've sounded with the Lucy here.
Okay,
I agree.
Thanks.
And I don't hear much of an echo today either.
I can't believe these.
Any delay is in your own head, Tom.
These goddamn sound effect mother.
Now, if he could just get his dinger to work.
Good luck with that.
I know. That's
all right. It looks like it's good now.
All right.
Tom.
Thanks.
Or iPhone.
I am so challenged.
What are you doing for the Super Bowl?
Eating avocado.
Anyone?
Anybody and everybody.
Here's the deal. So there is no Wiener Schnitzel in town, but I keep getting coupons texted to me.
So you're going to drive to one.
The closest one is Colorado Springs, and for Super Bowl Sunday, they are offering 7 chili dogs for $7. I'm going to do it.
Where is it?
Somewhere in Colorado Springs.
I mean, like Woodman or the other side of the world there?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. The GPS says an hour away right now.
Hey, Shannon, did the one on Broadway close?
It's not a Wiener Schnitzel. That's a hamburger stand.
Yeah, but they sell Wiener Schnitzel products.
I've tried using the coupons there, and they send me away, which is a very low point in my day.
Oh.
Hey, I want the 4 for $4, and they're like, no, that's not here. And then I get in my car and I cry.
So Libby sent me something. They built a gas station, that USAID built a gas station in Afghanistan, of all places. That is, of course, natural gas, where there's no natural gas cars in Afghanistan.
Huh. Good call.
And it cost $43 million.
Oh. But the best Slurpees in Afghanistan.
Oh, I like a Slurpee.
Thank you, Joe Biden. Remember that joke?
No, what?
You can't go into a convenience store unless you have some sort of Middle East accent. Remember that? Oh, did he say Indian accent? Oh, that's right.
That's amazing, that gas station. A natural gas station. Jesus.
Makes sense. Seems legit.
I can't wait for Canada's fentanyl czar. New choppers and 10,000 people going to the border, baby. You know, while Mexico has those 10,000 people there, and while Canada does, you know what they should have them do?
Food carts.
Put up the wall.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that, yeah.
Wouldn't that be something? All those people.
Gotta have awesome tamale food trucks down there. I'd go.
Right there on the border.
Oh, my gosh.
The problem is you might get whipped by somebody on horseback, though. From now on, money laundering will be called foreign aid.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir. Chopper, sir.
We got a update that you basically scared the dealership into doing it.
Look, brother, when it comes to results, I don't even brag anymore at this point.
Okay.
He's not in the bedroom.
Will you do it or will Tom do it?
Give
Because Tom wasn't
someone
there.
else the credit, man. Give it. Who hasn't got credit for a while?
Me.
Let's give it to you then. What dealership was it?
That one down in Pueblo, Spragley.
What did they do? I forget. I remember Spragley.
Yeah, they picked up the total cost of for the guy.
For what? Was it an engine or a transmission?
It was a high pressure fuel pump that they
Oh,
didn't
the
do
diesel.
anything than the rail.
Yeah, those pricks. They tried to tell him it was a rail and the fuel pump.
Yeah, well, but they took care of it, so we won't use that term.
Yeah, nice. You know what, Tom? I would disable that bullshit. To me, this is the biggest bunch of shit I've ever seen. Bring it over to Sheridan.
What do you think about that? Seriously.
I think it's a fucking scare tactic that I didn't even know existed.
Scary.
Tom, they may turn it
How
on.
many
every
miles
time
are
there's-
on it?
They might turn it on every time there's an update.
20,
How many miles are on it?
28 or something.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, you do not need brakes. I'm telling you straight up, you do not need brakes.
Isn't that weird?
You only have 28,000 miles on it.
Have Kevin look at it and give you a report.
Dude, I've got
that you can send
Hondas with 90,000 I've never put brakes on. There is no way that vehicle needs brake pads, unless if you're just stomping those brakes.
No, I don't.
Ooh, we got quiet.
No, honestly, I don't. You know that. I have changed.
If we do not hear from you for a service appointment, or let us know you have made arrangements for independent service, your vehicle will be disabled in 96 miles.
Or
Or 2 hours.
no.
Or idle more than 120
They
minutes.
said when it was parked, at least.
Right.
Versus 80 miles an hour on the
And how
So that could be today.
You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're here solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints today. Calls have been a little slow, which means you can get right through. Some days we can't even breathe when it comes to calls. And I'm telling you, though, the important thing is that you call it the first sign of a problem and don't wait. Now, we were talking about a lot of consumer issues. One of them, a lot of people love looking at Super Bowl ads. And I talked about the ones that failed. Well, I only talked about a couple. One was about a kid that was dead, reminiscing on things he'll miss in his life because he was killed in his bathtub, and it was a commercial about child safety. Another one was about this Mountain Dew creature. It was a puppy monkey baby trying to show that you can combine bizarre things. And that's what Mountain Dew did with juice and caffeine and Mountain Dew. And then there's another one called Snickers Mechanics. Now, this one was very strange. This one was about mechanics working on a car, a vehicle, and they were eating a Snickers bar together. And they got to the middle of the Snickers bar where their faces came together in a kiss. 2 male mechanics. Then they stopped eating the bar in shock, and followed by exaggerated, as this says, exaggerated masculine reactions to the fact that they kissed. This ad was immediately canceled, and it drew great criticism from LG.
What year was it?
2007. And it took LGBTQ plus, all the other whatever. Anyway, they all said that it was a homophobic, and it showed that being gay was disgusting, and it shouldn't portray that message. Anyway, they completely stopped the commercial and ran it nowhere. That was the Kissy commercial. Then there was the General Motors robot. This is a controversial commercial that depicted a factory robot on the assembly line of General Motors, dreaming that he was fired, and then he was contemplating suicide. He was going to end it all as a machine. Mental health organizations strongly criticized anything that would trivialize suicide and depression, and to even suggest it would be an alternative to losing your job, or the result of losing your job, was scorned upon. That was in 2000.
I am so sick of the nanny state. That's ridiculous.
In 1999, there was an ad. This is the most offensive, they said, of all time. In 1999, this commercial called the Kenya Mission. It was the most controversial Super Bowl ad ever. It was a shoe company, I don't know who. It was a commercial that showed white men hunting down a Kenyan runner in his bare feet. They drugged him and then forcibly put their shoes on his feet. And after that, he could run better, and he felt better. It was universally condemned for its racist and colonialistic overtones, leading, by the way, to legal action against the advertising agency and lasting damage. So these white men, by the way, they allow you to watch these commercials. These white men, I'm going to put the link up on, I can put a link up on our YouTube feed, right, Mark?
If you're in regular mode, yes.
I'm a wrench. So anyway, I'm going to put this up here. And here's the deal, okay? So I copy the link, and I'll go to my YouTube feed and feed it. But here's the point. They're saying, now I can see that one. I mean, can't you see why that one would be offensive, for God's sakes? Oh, my goodness gracious.
I want to see the commercial.
Yeah, I'm going to put up the link. I mean, that is like...
Put it up, then I'll put a poll up if people think it's racist.
Okay, let's do that. Hold on 1 second. I'm doing that right now. I'm on the feed. I just got on the feed.
You might have to switch over to referral list.
Okay, I just turned that volume off. Okay, here's the link. Watch this and answer poll. That's what I'm going to say. Now, there it is. I hope that, yeah. Okay, so I did it. 303-713-8255. Antonio, what is your question about organ donation, Antonio?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir, I'm just wondering if there is a protocol. It's a person that we know, a family that we know. They took the body to a woman under middle 40s. She got a stroke, and she's supposed to have a service at the church on Friday.
Yes.
But the funeral service is saying that they need to wait because they returned her in pieces. So
Antonio, let me make sure I'm hearing you correctly. So there was a person in their mid 40s, right? A man or a woman?
Yes, women.
A woman died in her mid 40s, and she was an organ donor.
Correct.
And she was returned in pieces.
Yes. So, is there a protocol? Because she's supposed to have a service at church, like having her body there, present on Friday. But the funeral service is saying that they need to cremate her right away because it's basically in pieces, they say.
Okay, so they can't get her ready for showing.
No.
For viewing.
Like I said, the husband went to take a look at the body and he was shocked.
Okay, hold on. This is quite shocking.
I don't know if this...
Antonio, let me ask a few questions here. When did she become an organ donor?
I'm not sure, to be honest, but
does the husband know when she became an organ donor? It must have been in the paperwork.
I'm sure, yeah. So we're not really close to the family, so we were invited to the service.
And so what happened at the service? What happened at the service?
Oh, no, the service is supposed to be this Friday, sir.
And what's going to happen?
But they're trying to accelerate that because the funeral house wants to cremate it.
I get that. So what are they trying to accelerate?
The cremation. But the service is supposed to be with the body at the church this Friday.
I get it. But are they saying, let me ask you this, Antonio. Okay, what is your question? I guess we ought to go to that because I don't know what your question is. What is it?
Is there a protocol to follow? Like once you're an organ donor, like they're supposed to return the body and, able to have it to present in a service. Or
I get what you're saying, Antonio.
I
get what you're saying. Hold on, let me look this up. I know some people in the business of cremation and funerals. I want to ask them off the air. Hold on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm Tom Martino. This is a touchy situation. We'll talk about it. RenewHomeInnovations.com will do the most beautiful shower enclosures you've ever seen with pure porcelain sheets that require no maintenance. Here's what's great about it. They do any kind of fixtures you want, porcelain walls, grab bars, seats. They customize this for you. No curtains or doors to mess with. You can go around corners where the water doesn't get out. It's that new modern look. No thresholds, perimeter drains. 2 or 3 days, they get it done. And you have 72 months to pay with no interest. 303-904-2000, 904-2000, RenewHomeInnovations.com.
Yep. This great country was founded on freedom, and that was freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea and then tried blockading us when we dumped their tea into the ocean. How'd that work out for them? Well, it's time now to throw out your overpriced big wireless contract, throw it overboard. My friends at Pure Talk, my cell phone company, says no to inflated prices, and with a qualifying plan of just $45 a month, you can choose a free iPhone 14 or free Samsung Galaxy. And yes, this is for premium service. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 25 gigs of data, mobile hotspot. You get all of it at a fraction of the price of AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. Also, they use the same 5G network. So get your free iPhone 14 or your Samsung Galaxy. You simply dial pound 250, you say the keyword Pure Talk, and check in with Pure Talk and their U.S. customer service team and make the switch. Pound 250, keyword Pure Talk from Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Certified financial planner Joseph Chiano says he runs across people all the time that maybe left an employer, or they have an old 401k or an IRA retirement money just sitting around being automatically invested because in the stock market because they've never took control of it. He says he's got a great idea for this kind of money. If you have a lump sum somewhere doing nothing, he says, put it to work for you. Joe?
That is right, Tom. You know, we have a lot of people that come in to the office that left an employer many, many years ago, and they left a 401k dormant. We call that an orphan 401k, and or annuity that we have can accept transfers from 401ks or IRAs or any other investment accounts into the annuity that will give them a guaranteed rate of growth without losing any money, and they get a guaranteed income for the rest of their lives. And this is really what a lot of people are concerned about. You know, they're concerned about having an income that will last as long as they will. You know, as a matter of fact, Tom, I had a lady, a client of mine that lives in California. She called me today, and she wanted to activate her income for life because what she has right now, she's living on a small pension and Social Security, and it's not enough. So she's concerned about it, and this is why she bought this guaranteed pension annuity that we have.
Joe, one thing that you didn't take into consideration either, on these old 401ks that are just sitting around, these orphans, people are paying fees every year on those to keep them alive. The trustees are making money on them.
That is right, Tom. You know, and if you look at the fees of a 401k, they range anywhere between 1.5% to 3%.
Yeah.
Or annuity has a fee of 1/10. Listen to this. I mean, 1/10 of a percent.
Now,
it's almost like a no-fee annuity.
You want to get a hold of Joe, it is 303-779-6600. Joe and his team, it's 303-779-6600, mymoneymyway.com. Hey, do you want to talk about heritage? How about this? The Gravina family is known for window siding, doors, and everything like on the outside of a house for many, many years, since the 70s. And then Larry Gravina, I call him the original Gravina, starts his own company in the 80s. His son Nick is now working with him. And here's what's great. They're still there, and you can still depend on the name. They have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding. They're good people. The original Gravina's 950 West Evans. Remember that. Gravina's has the greatest windows, 950 West Evans, 303-472-8462, GravinaWindows.com.
Yep.
Done right. How much time do I have?
Minute and a half.
You son of... Oh, that's right. This is the short one. All right.
But you made it longer, if that helps.
You know what? Never mind. I just... What? Someday, that's all I have to say. Okay.
Well, someday we'll start pre-recording these live so that they're the actual length they need to be, or we're going to cut KRDO off like the toe that I lost years ago.
Okay. That saddens me.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I haven't heard a peep.
Oh, I usually don't bring a lot of joy. Did you know that?
I know. I haven't heard a peep from Kachina.
Well, she drank all that liquor yesterday that you saw in the photo. Now she's a wreck.
I'm gonna. All right.
Tom, for this current caller, do you want me to come back with a Patsy Cline hit? I fall to pieces.
Oh my God in heaven. That is so disgusting.
Hey, Tom, are you going to call John Haran?
Don't say that.
What?
Are you going to call John Haran on the
Don't go breaking my heart.
organ donation?
Come together. Right now.
Oh, I've just heard you use his name before. He's with with Olinger's at one time.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Coming back.
I gave him flying lessons, that's all.
Stand by.
All right.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right. Yeah, I'll bring up Mark's camera in a second. I've been so busy doing other stuff, and if you want to see his ugly face, we'll do it. But right now, I want to talk about things that people are calling about. And this organ donation, this is what I'm learning, Antonio. Usually, when you surrender your organs, there are disclaimers because different organs require different amounts of surgery or different amounts of mutilation, so to speak. I hate to use that word. So really, it depends on the organs being donated. Many times people who, how do I put it, do multiple donations, they're not intact.
Yeah, I mean, she was really healthy. I'm assuming that they took everything that they can use, but
they're supposed to sew you up so they can lay you in a coffin, though.
Well, okay.
All right.
It says normally.
What about
here's what it says. If the donor has specified in the agreement that the body must be returned intact for viewing, the procurement document has to be signed.
That's probably what the issue is.
Well, do they have a document where they...
Yeah, I don't think...
Okay, so they were promised this.
Okay.
No, don't say okay. I'm asking a question. Were they promised this?
I don't think they will. I mean, the husband was pretty devastated about it because she was pretty healthy, and suddenly she just got a stroke.
Here's what they say.
So,
Mark, where are you reading yours from? Where are you reading yours from, Mark?
I read that from Microsoft AI.
Oh, but here's the deal. These are the ethics that cover these kinds of things. I'll give you that website in a second. But what they're saying is that normally, there are provisions to get the body intact as much as possible. But it depends on the program. Like in rare cases, there's extensive donations, and sometimes it's for science, and they don't return it. In other cases, they go so far as to dress the body with artificial limbs and make it appear whole. I really don't know what to say. Who was the one harvesting? What organization harvested the organs?
I'm not sure, sir. I got very little information.
Well, okay, we need to get all the. If you want to pursue this, so right now, what are they doing? Tell me what the family's doing right now.
They're getting calls from the funeral service about.
But what are they doing? Are they upset? Are they upset? Are they going to go through with a closed coffin? What are they doing?
They're were gonna go ahead and just close it because the husband went to see her, and he's like, it's basically a pile.
Oh my
stuff.
God, that is so sad. That is so sad. God, that just doesn't sound right. Could you do me a favor? Really? Can you get the name of the organization that harvested?
Yeah, sure.
And could you ask the husband for any documents they signed?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this husband a friend of yours?
She was more a friend of my wife.
Okay.
I just know the family from church.
All right.
But she knew my wife more.
Okay.
And he was inviting us to the service just on Sunday.
Yeah, I get it.
And probably today or yesterday they were asking if they can accelerate everything.
Okay.
Because they need to cremate her right away.
Okay, Antonio.
Whatever was left. So.
Antonio, okay. So do me a favor and get me that information. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, can I just call you guys back, or is there an email?
No, we're going to give you somebody to talk to. Let's give it, Kachina, give this to a deputy there that can take his call back and can talk to him personally. I want to get to the bottom of this. Really, I do. This is sad. Sandra, what's going on with you, Sandra?
Yes.
What's happening?
Hi. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Yeah.
I wanted to check with you. My daughter will be relocating to the Houston area, and so we've got movers taking most of her things, but we need to get her car down there.
Yeah.
So
now hold on.
option.
Some
The
moving
movers
vans, some moving vans will put a car on it.
Yeah, this is going to be a smaller company that we worked with many times here in the Springs, and I really like them and I'm comfortable with them, but unfortunately I've checked with them and that's not an option.
What kind of car?
But they can drive it. It's a 2012 Toyota RAV.
All right. Sandra, the
And
best
I've
way
had it all
always.
serviced, so it's in good shape.
The best
Yeah.
way always is to have a friend or a family member or the owner drive it themselves. That's always the best. If you have a friend or family member, it's really cheap to get a one-way ticket for them home. That's the best way, okay? I'm just telling you that.
Right.
They can drive it. They can, take their time if you trust them. Now, there are transport companies, and the reason I asked about the car is because these transport companies are expensive. For example, the cheapest, I don't know of any transport that would be done for less than $800.
Yeah, I think from what we're hearing, it would be anywhere from 500 to 1,000, and now getting with the time frame, probably more like 1,000. But I know you've had horror stories in regard to some situations with movers and everything, and I wasn't sure. I'm just not familiar with carriers versus brokers.
Well,
and all
okay,
that.
if you have to do it, you're never going to go through a carrier. They're all brokers. Now, the thing is, though, there are good brokers, and there are people that can, and I know some, but they're very expensive. They're for expensive cars, and they're for people that can. I mean, I could give them to you, but I know they're going to be expensive. I just know it. I mean, I've had very expensive cars moved in the past, but I don't know of any where it's cost effective for a regular car. What I tell people, if you're moving a regular car, get it on the moving van, or get a friend or relative to help you out. It's well worth paying their way. The gas and then home. It's well worth it. So that's what I would do. And please don't fall for these brokers.
And I do appreciate that. If that doesn't appear to be an option outside of, if I wanted to just check the prices and see.
Okay, well, I don't mind giving you names now. And again, I hate giving these names out, and I'll tell you why. They call me and say, Tom, We we're a specialty company, blah, blah, blah. They don't mind me giving these names out. The problem is they're not on my referral list. They're just people that I've personally used. So a lot of people get confused and say, this company, didn't call me back and they shouldn't be on your list. And they're not on my list. And the reason they're not on my list is because they're a specialty company. So that's why they're not on my list. One of them is, let me just find it, is Baja Auto Transport. B-A-G-A. And here's how I found these guys in the beginning. I found them because I went to these car dealers that really use transports all the time. And they all recommended. So Baja, B-A-J-A, Auto Transport. Here's the number. 303-872-3672. Again, I'm not vouching for them. I've used them, okay?
No, that's fine.
And the other one?
Yeah, I get that. And they actually came up on one of the lists as far as a good one.
And the other one is JS. Okay, Juliet Sierra, JS. Auto Transport.
Okay.
And that's 744 855-1473.
Okay, great.
Let me know how it works out.
Well, that helps to give me.
Well, yeah, it'll give you a price to compare to flying a friend home, right?
Right.
Okay.
And I don't even mind doing that and everything this time of year, with the weather and everything. I'm just wondering, if it almost makes sense just to have it transported and get it down there. But, I'm just kind of trying to check our options.
Now, I got a note here, and I get this note every time Sue's left this note. And I am not aware of JFR Cars. We have a dealer, a broker, and they're a dealer, but they can source cars and stuff. JFR Cars. And every time I talk about this, I believe Sue says, Tom, JFR Cars does auto transport. Suze, are you around? Can you get on a mic? Are you sure they actually do it, or do they know of people who do it? I'm confused. I never knew of JFR Cars being an auto transport company.
Tom, I could give you a little bit on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I had that car that I bought, they arranged transport from Kansas to
and that was
Denver.
that was a highly specialized car. Here's what I want to know. Did JF Cars arrange it like a broker, or do they actually
Yes, they did. No, they did like a broker, similar, let's say, the movers in Florida, but an honest people.
So they found you people to do it.
Correct.
Okay. So you might want to call JFR Cars and just ask them who they use or if they can arrange it and see what their prices are. Thanks, Suze. Yeah, now I know what Suze meant.
Okay.
If you call JFR Cars, they can help. All right, 303-713-8255. More coming right up.
Yep.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
All right, big delays developing in through downtown due to a crash northbound near 38th, just approaching the I-70 interchange there. Looks like right lanes are blocked up, and we've got a hefty backup that extends all the way to 6th Avenue. It is solid, mostly stop and go as you're coming through. It looks like southbounders coming into the mousetrap there into downtown will also be affected. Now, the rest of the freeway system is still very quiet for us. Got a little slowing up north still, southbound down past the Thornton Parkway around 84th with construction work in the right lane. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
You know, if you're looking for solar, there's so much more to it than just the people that install it. Now, Red Rocks RS, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they do it, the installation, but there's so much more than that. There's the sales. How much are you going to pay? Are you going to overpay? Are you going to get the right credits? RedRocksRS.com can help you with that. Red Rocks can help you with a commercial system, looking for grants to get it paid for. Red Rocks can help you with the service afterwards. They're a complete solar company. Don't go with these half-assed companies that have come and go. You need a solid company. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. How much time do I have, bro?
Thank you.
How much time?
4 minutes.
Thank you. I need to run here for a minute. No jokes. No pizza.
That's me.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
That's my tennis shoes on the
It's
chair.
kind of an odd sound.
And also, sir, if you look over at me and I have my eyes closed like I'm asleep, I'm not.
Okay. No problem.
Former Catholic, I concentrate like in Mass when I...
Oh, cool.
With
Okay.
my eyes shut, I can...
I'm sure it helps a lot.
It does.
Good call.
Otherwise, I'm looking at him and I get scared. And,
And grossed out.
yeah, no.
Yeah,
My
totally.
My wife used to, you're asleep. And I say, no, I'm concentrating
That's right.
on what he's saying.
Deep thought.
Otherwise, my mind flies all over the place.
Yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it.
Is this some of the riveting content that viewers of YouTube have become dependent on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, real edge of my seat stuff here.
It's crazy. I can always sing.
No.
You can't.
Oh, bullshit.
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Chopper, Deputy Chopper, he has Paul, I think. He wants to give an update on a problem. Go ahead, Chopper, take it away. Tell me about the call.
Yeah, this happened last week. Paul brought his Chevy truck, 2021, with engine light came on, and for some reason the dealership thought it was a high-pressure fuel pump, and they charged him $780.
Okay, so this was a Silverado, right?
Yes, it was, sir.
Okay, so
They sent him on his way out the door, and the engine light came back on. They brought it back on in. They talked about it be possibly the rail, and it was going to take a lot more repair. So we got the call. Mark was pretty hard on the dealership, rightfully so. And for Spradley went ahead and contacted Chevrolet, which said they would handle 50% of the total cost. And then I talked to the dealership and a couple of the people there. They're going to handle the other 50%. So the total cost of the repair is going to be taken care of by the dealership and Chevrolet, which they're doing some work on it now. They should get it back tomorrow. Paul's going to tell me if everything's okay. But it looks like they came through on the deal.
Wow.
Chopper, I think the high-pressure fuel pump was over 7,000.
Was it over 7,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, you may be right. Yeah.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I was here. I heard that phone call.
But
yeah,
let me.
I think it was over.
Let me ask a question.
Go ahead.
He spent this money to begin with, so does he get that money back?
That part I will get from him tomorrow.
He never picked it up, man.
So he never.
He
paid
spent
for
$7
it.
grand on the fuel pump. Listen, he spent $7 grand on the fuel pump, or was going to spend $7 grand.
Oh, he
but then
did.
they called him and said it wasn't the fuel pump, it's the fuel rail. So they wanted an additional couple grand or whatever it was.
Says here that
but he never needed the fuel pump.
It says here though that he did have it replaced.
He had it replaced, and he drove off with it, and the engine light came on immediately.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's
and
what
it
I
got
need to
towed
know.
right back.
Here's what I need to know in general. When we take this thing in its entirety, is he net $7 grand to the good? I mean, is this dealer paying for? In other words, he did come in with a problem. So does he have any money out of
He didn't have
pocket?
to pay for the fuel pump.
Right. And as I understand it, he's going to walk out of there not paying anything.
So that's weird. I mean, that's good, but so he goes in with a serious fuel problem, and even though they misdiagnosed
He's not.
it,
Listen, guys. He's not going to pay anything for the fuel pump. That's going to be zero. My guess is he's got to pay for the fuel rail because that's what it needed in the first place.
Okay.
That's not how I got it, because I got it the Chevrolet was going to pick up 50% and they were going to pick up 50%.
Of everything.
Yes.
That's even better, Chopper.
I know. It's very, very odd. Not because it's not nice. It's very nice. But normally, when you go in with a problem, you're going to pay something anyway. And for them to say, you know what, because of all of this, you're not going to pay a dime. That's crazy.
I think they're looking at it that it's covered by warranty.
Oh.
Since Chevy's doing 50%, they're going to pick up 50%.
Well,
I'll know more tomorrow when it's released.
Yeah, get some of those details for us. I would like to just know for the heck of it. Thank you, though. I appreciate that, Chopper. Here's my dinger.
You're welcome.
Ding, 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 because my sound effects aren't working, and I don't want to hear Mark make fun of me. Oh, God. Thank you. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. All right, now I want to talk to, let's see. Oh, Mark. Mark's next. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes.
Hi, Mark. What's going on?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom. So I've got I have a relative that's trying to get some hair regrowth through different procedures.
Yeah.
And she tried she tried PRP a couple of times, very expensive, and really didn't get too many results. But we've also read about you can get umbilical cord stem cell treatment along with PRP. Have you heard of that?
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. Normally, any fluids that do not come from you, that are shipped to a clinic, are less effective and sometimes not effective at all. Now, there is something called exosomes, which is a little different. It used to be you could not transport stem cells. So when I would evaluate a stem cell clinic, I would say if they're giving you umbilical cord fluid or if they're giving you stem cells that are transported to the clinic, you're not getting living stem cells by the time they inject them, which is true. But there is something else called, I believe they're called exosomes. And what it means is it's a part of the stem cell that is used. I gotta think of the name of it. And that's what Denver Regen.
Yeah, I think I've heard the word exosomy or
exosomes. And you know what?
Whatever you got was working great, Tom.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I got.
Yeah.
I got that along with PRP, my own PRP, and I want to ask Joel. Yeah. Can you get Joel on?
Good idea.
Get Joel on and ask him, because I'm telling you. They have it down, man. Whatever they did worked for me. But, you know, I can't guarantee results for anyone else, but it worked for me. And
yeah, so I saw where there's a clinic in Santa Monica, California, and we have a nurse
where is she
in
located?
Virginia that can do it, but we live in Colorado.
Why would you go to California or why would you go out of town?
That's just it. We wouldn't. Well, because I haven't been able to find a place in Denver that does the combination of your own PRP with the umbilical cord stem cell mixture.
Well, you don't want the umbilical cord. You don't want umbilical cord. Because you're not getting anything living.
But the PRP didn't work, and that was they draw blood from her and they spun it, whatever they do with it, and it cost total of a couple of treatments, around $4,000, and no results really to speak of. So that's why we were looking into this other treatment, which. You can go to Mexico, you can go to different places, but Santa Monica, California offered it, but by the time we're paying so much, we're ready.
Listen to what I'm talking about right after this, please.
Now, Impact.
Sorry, I didn't notice that. My bad.
It is sponsored by Wendy's, 2 faves for just $7.
All right, big.
Yeah, we'll probably be over. Oh, well.
Due to a crash northbound near 38th.
I'll make it short.
My fault.
Change there. Looks
all right.
Lanes are blocked up, and we've got a hefty backup that extends all the way to 6th Avenue. It is solid, mostly stop and go as you're coming through. It looks like southbounders coming into the mousetrap there into downtown will also be affected. Now, the rest of the freeway system is still very quiet for us. Got a little slowing up north still, southbound down past the Thornton Parkway around 84th with construction work in the right lane. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of these favorite items for just $7. Choose from their spicy or classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. 2 fave items for $7? Gotta be Wendy's. Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Terms apply.
I just want to say this and say it quickly. When it comes to criminal defense, When it comes to getting an attorney, trust me, I've done the shopping. Joe Lazaro will give you free initial consultations always, so call him. There's no downside. If you hire him, he does it on a flat rate, so call him. You'll know that up front. It's that easy. Lazzara, Joe Lazaro, 303-429-6200. Hey, you've heard us talk about investments, safe investments, conservative investments. One of them is overfunding life insurance on purpose, which grows a tax-free cash account. It's called the cash value. And Joe Chiano and his team can teach you how to convert that into income later on in life. So go see him at mymoneymyway.com or becomethebanker.org or call him 303-779-6600.
Thank you.
Know what?
I'll check here. I think we'll be okay. Oh, coming back to the outro music.
Tell Joe I have to wait.
No, he'll know.
Oh, because
he got it.
Oh, you mean the guest?
Yeah.
Who's the expert that you just got, Kel?
Actually, they're not going to state it.
Yeah.
Dr. Joel will have to wait.
Right.
And in that he is living well beyond his years, it's going to feel like longer.
I wonder if that's what this Don is talking about.
Yeah, I think we might have got Kevin on the phone or something.
It's kind of like, let's say they thought you needed brakes, so they threw brakes on you. But it ain't the brakes; it's the master cylinder, or whatever. Is that what they call it? Mm-hmm. It was the master cylinder. So they put a master cylinder on and say, well, that's covered, but we're going to charge you for the brakes.
Yeah.
You know, because you got a new brake job out of it.
Hello. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Where are you going now? I can't see.
No Freddy's today.
But I can't see that. Can't see where that opens.
I got one Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I had one Tuesday, and I got to cut back on the Freddy's.
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah.
Stop saying that.
Okay, see you, honey.
I hate that.
I mean, they're addicting.
Good.
It's so we can use a 800-foot transmitter to go there.
I got to find out if their hot dogs are fried or whatever. You know how they put them on that roller, or I don't know what that's called. Really? That's like 7-Eleven.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure they're not boiled. But we're on the halfway mark.
Yeah. Actually gone fast, given the lack of calls.
Yeah. Well, now we got a few.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that.
You're a what now? How are we getting such a glut of callers off the air that don't know we're a radio show? Where is your number written down, Tom? A bathroom stall at a truck stop?
You know, I'm going to come. You know, you think you're so fucking smart.
What? I said to one guy the other day, I said, sorry, we're not the A team. There's a group of people you can call if you need, we're going to show up, Mr. T's going to jump out of a van and kick the crap out of somebody at a car dealership? No.
I got a new link for you tomorrow, Mark, and for everyone going forward. But look at what I have up there now. It's pretty cool.
What? I missed what you said, bro.
Yeah, just look at the YouTube feed right now. I think this is cool.
I like it. Looks good.
I'm running my billing, so I've got 10 things going.
No, never mind.
It's, of course, still stuffed with gear, and I don't think I have a basketball game today.
Hey, YouTubers. Morons. Do you hear me?
That looks
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. We're out of time. Listen, we have a lot to talk about, so please stick around. We're going to find out about hair replacement and stem cells and all of that coming up.
Very nice, thank you.
Hey, Mark. Can you hit a new link?
Yeah, I'm on.
Can you hit a new link if I give it to you instead of the
Sure.
one? Okay.
Send it.
Let me do that. Hold on one sec.
Will you click a link or will you lick a clink?
Tell me after you send it.
You want
Remember
it mailed,
Colonel
Mark?
Clink?
You want it mailed, Mark?
General Bocata.
Yes, emailed for sure.
Okay.
I see nothing.
Okay, let's see how this works. I just
Did
want
you
to see
tell
how
the
this
doctor
works.
to wait?
I'm trying to create a permanent one so I don't have to paste you in every day. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, you
When you
do that,
come
brother.
back, you apologize to the doctor for making him wait, but tell him that we're getting even for all the times we had to wait in
Let me
his
see
office.
if I think it is.
Dragon.
So we're just duplicating this.
Okay.
People love it. When you're on a speakerphone, they sound like shit.
Uh-huh.
And I have them pick up, and they go, "Is this any better?" I go, "Oh, it's like you're in my lap." And he got such a kick out of that.
Nice.
I mean, people need an actual international, well, not an ambassador, but
Yeah, big wig.
Yeah.
Hey, Dimitri, that Neil guy that I'm getting on, he's the lawyer.
Yeah, at noon.
And what is the, what's he talking about?
So Mark wanted to talk to him about that caller Mark had about a week ago.
You got that attorney coming on?
Who knows?
About what?
Okay. Okay.
You think any of us actually work here?
You said you got that
Dimitri.
Yes.
Was he talking to you?
Well, that's right.
He'd have to be
Because, I mean, he just said it on
the
the...
offline mode.
Okay.
Well, we're on.
You're working on it.
Hey.
What was that about the Skyline install?
Kelly was in the studio, Mark.
What's that?
Kelly was hogging all the oxygen.
Make sure Dimitri's getting that attorney on, or Kelly, I should say.
They're working on it.
Perfect, thank you. And the caller.
I was going to change your phone's language to German.
You're working on the caller, too?
You actually knew it.
You're working on the caller, too?
Mark, did you hit that new link?
No, that's Mark. But I know the attorneys.
Let me look, sir.
Because Mark asked, and the
Let me
caller.
cancel this one.
I had nothing to do with that call.
I have to rebuild this thing. It's okay.
Deny knowledge.
It's going to work fine.
So you know today is Rose.
How's that?
Oh, no.
Hold on, I'll let you
No,
know.
nothing.
That's probably what he actually did.
Let me just go see. Yeah, you're up. Yeah, that's the new link, right?
Okay.
If that's the new link I gave you, it should show right up. Let me make sure.
I like that link when it shows everything.
Yeah, I'm going to do that in a second here. I just got to...
And then you could even...
I don't know why they're not in here either. That's weird.
You know, when they had it, you know. It's just, must be me and you that they don't like.
Maybe I didn't hear them directly before. I don't
We
know.
have faces for radio.
Come on, God damn it, it didn't show up. Fuck you. You're supposed to show up. Let me do that again, the link. Doing everything you told me to do, you piece of shit. Okay, view this link. Okay, so copy that link and put it over here into OBS. Where is it? Mark's Cam. damn it.
Huh?
Skylight case.
Is that coming up?
No, I will. I just, God damn it. It's just such a pain in the ass when these links get broken.
I didn't see that down there. Issue with Skylight.
Yeah, no, Neil Hollington is the lawyer.
For what does he do again?
He sues contractors.
Oh, okay.
So it might not be your case?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I have this attorney that represents contractors. Case, and actually it got resolved to our satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
In favor of the customs, not the contract.
Come on, man. There you are.
I wonder where
You
Sue
son
gets
of
her
a
hot
bitch.
dogs.
There you are. There you are.
Sue says she has the best dogs on the planet.
Mark, now I'm going to ask you to do me a big favor just to see if it keeps showing up. Disconnect and disconnect and reconnect. I just want to see that it automatically goes back
Same
into
link?
Yeah, the same one. Just disconnect. Yeah, I just want to see if it automatically comes up because it used to automatically come up, and I need that to work for the laptop. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to be a member, don't you?
Okay.
And as soon as you come up, I'll see.
Can you?
I'm back in.
I think you can for the.
Right.
I know you can for the hearing.
Right.
That should come
No,
in.
you don't, because it's not like on the inside. Even though they're both together.
Yeah.
It's like
Why isn't that fucking link?
But you could probably just walk in and get a hot dog. Yeah.
Okay, so now
And a
we're
Coke for
right now.
$1.50.
They increased the price though from.
No,
It used to
still
be a buck.
$1.50.
$1.50.
Then $1.50, I think, for years and years.
I'll ask Sue.
God damn it.
10 seconds.
A keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. So you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. Let's get right to this. We have an expert on that wants to talk about this at denverregen.com, Dr. Joel Cherdak. I want to talk about hair restoration. And Joel, when I had the hair done, my hair restoration, they used PRP, part of my own blood, and then they used some stem cells, but it wasn't really raw stem cells because stem cells don't work when you have them shipped to a clinic. Everyone knows that. But since all of that, they have come up with something by, I don't know what it's called, exosomes. Does that make sense?
Correct.
EVs. What are they?
So exosomes, what exosomes are the byproduct of stem cells. So what these they're pharmaceutical companies. What they do is they'll take stem cells and they'll grow them in a media. And the material that the stem cells produce, which is basically chemical signals that the stem cells use to signal other cells to do things, those signals themselves, that packet of material is called an exosome. And so what we're able to use is use these exosomes, use them in hair restoration, and they signal the cells in your scalp, your hair follicle cells, to rejuvenate, start to reproduce hair where they have become dormant. So it restores the blood flow. The PRP mixed with the exosomes restores the blood flow and thus restores the full capacity of the hair follicles to generate hair again, even if they've been dormant for a long period of time. Mm-hmm.
One thing I wanted to mention. So there are people who have heard of stem cell therapy. By the way, stem cell therapy, where you give your own stem cells and they spin them down and put them back in you along with PRP, is still viable therapy for pain and ligaments and joints and all of that. Okay, still viable. Now, when I used to tell people, do not get umbilical cord blood and do not get stem cells that are shipped to a clinic, I still stand by that. There was testing years ago, and basically some of the top stem cell clinics in the country realized that all of those fluids that are shipped to clinics do not have any living stem cells left when they get there. And there's no way to do it legally and ethically under FDA guidelines where you can concentrate them enough to ship them. So what I have always said was, if you're having stem cell therapy done, make sure they harvest the stem cells from your fat or bone marrow and then redirect them back to you. That's the only effective way to get stem cell therapy. However, when it comes to hair restoration, you do not, as Mark, do not think that when they mix PRP with umbilical cord blood, you're going to get some special mixture. You're going to waste your money. Okay? Now, however, when it comes to hair restoration, the exosomes work great along with your PRP. And you don't have to go out of town to get those. Does that all make sense to you, Mark?
Yeah. So the treatment that I could get, or my friend could get in the Denver area, would be still a mixture of my own PRP, and then they have to take more somewhere else out of my fat or bone marrow.
No, that's exactly
together.
I said exactly the opposite of that. I said, if you went to a stem cell therapy clinic for pain, ligaments, or joints, you would want them to harvest your stem cells and you would want them to use those. However, if you're doing hair replacement, you can get by with exosomes. That is not umbilical cord fluid or this other cheap crap that other clinics ship to their labs and claim they have living stem cells, okay? Exosomes do not claim to be living stem cells. Exosomes claim to be derived from living stem cells, and they have the signaling that stem cells do. They work. Stem cells shipped remotely do not work. So if you wanted hair loss therapy, you could go and get your stem cells taken from you and put back in your head. Stem cells would work along with PRP if you could find a clinic locally to do that. But why go through that if you can get the byproduct called exosomes and you don't have to donate anything except a little blood for the PRP?
Okay, so the exosome is just a trademark product or something?
No.
It's
It's a process.
not a It's not a trademark product. The best way to think about it is it's a chemical that's released by stem cells, and so they're able to isolate and preserve that chemical without having to preserve a live stem cell. So you have all the byproduct, which doesn't need to be kept alive. It just needs to be preserved so that it doesn't break down like any other drug. And that's what we use to treat the scalp to regrow hair. And it's 3 treatments over the course of 3 months. So you come in, you do the first one, a month later you do the second one, the third month you do the third one. And for most people that's more than enough to regrow their hair. And I would say, and Tom is a good resource for this, like, I'd say like about 3 weeks in, you start to grow hair, and by about 6 weeks, you'll have people telling you that they're noticing that you have more hair. And then it continues to grow from there.
Okay, so your clinic is somewhat different than the normal clinics. Like my friend went to, spent a lot of money, supposedly PRP, where they took her blood out, spun it, put it back in. She got virtually nothing out of it. But your clinic, with the exomy, whatever you call it, is a superior way.
Well, hold on now. Hold on. Just PRP, has been effective in some cases for hair restoration. What Joel and his clinic found is that they were doing stem cells too, real stem cells and PRP. Then, Joel, you guys found exosomes work just as well because this guy in Southern California was doing some research, right?
Well, he was actually performing procedures and getting great results. So we just basically followed his protocol, and we were getting just as great results as well. So that's how we came to change our protocol from using stem cells to using exosomes.
Okay. Yes. That sounds like a much better procedure, and sounds like there's more results from that than what we've already went through.
I don't know what the percentages are. So, Joel, I don't know what your percentages are for success.
Well, we get really great results when we're doing it on appropriate patients. I mean, the key is to make sure that when we're treating a patient that we are going to get the best result. So, for example, if somebody has a big bald spot that's been a bald spot for a long period of time, they're going to need a hair transplant and end this therapy. If it's somebody who's having excessively thinning hair, even if it's really, really excessive, as long as there's some hair follicles in the area, then we can thicken all that up. But we do our consultations on a patient-by-patient basis. So what you'll do is you'd be interacting with Ty, who is our patient coordinator. You'll send him by phone pictures of your scalp. Our team will look at that. If they need more pictures, we'll tell you. But they'll look at that, and based on your individual scalp baldness pattern, we'll be able to come up with a treatment plan that we think is going to work best for you. So it's really a case-by-case basis as to, we don't want to have failures, obviously, so we're only going to tell you that we think it's going to work if we think it's going to work. And if it's a big bald area, this procedure is not going to be enough to get the job done. You'll need more than that. But if it's, like I said, just thinning, even if it's excessive thinning, we can restore that with just this procedure.
I'm living proof of that.
Yeah,
hey,
that's what it is.
Mark, go to the website, denverregen.com. And you can get a hold of Joel or Ty.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
No problem, bro. Okay. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate it.
Patient consultation request, and they'll get right back to you.
denverregen.com. Now, we have an expert coming up. And I say an expert because we have very few attorneys that take on these kinds of cases when it comes to contractors. And we're going to talk to him right after this on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. And speaking of experts, we also have estate planning experts like Dan McKenzie, who can do a simple will, a trust, even creative LLCs to carry property through one's death and have members of the LLC agree to certain operating procedures. It's like, I call it a poor man's trust, but it has its place. Dan McKenzie is very creative. You can contact him at this place right here. This is his website, co or 833-CO-PLANS.
I'm Lee Wood, co-founder of Woods High Mountain Distillery in Salida, Colorado. The Secure Savings Program, we really saw it as a great opportunity to be able to begin to save for retirement.
My name's Christy Stromet. I'm the general manager of the Blue Bonnet Restaurant. So this is a program where it doesn't cost us anything to get in. It doesn't cost us every year.
Businesses across Colorado are opting to provide a savings plan for their employees. Join them by signing up at www.coloradosecure-savings.com. This message is sponsored by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Okay, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place that really is made up of financial advisors and experts and all kinds of people that know about retirement. They have a family of businesses that they refer you to, like estate planning attorneys we just talked about, or maybe you need long-term care, or you want to grow a nest egg, protect the nest egg, you want to get an annuity for income. They don't have one product. They don't have one service. They handle everything in a retirement plan. If you need consultation, why don't you give them a call? The best thing to do is to call them and say, what do you do? They'll tell you everything and what they can do for you. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com. Now, speaking of investments, let's talk about being a landlord. You know how many people say they want to be a landlord? And then they come back to me and say, Tom, it was the worst decision I ever made. That's because they don't know how to be a landlord without the risks and the hassles. Well, Barry Miller, through Vestera Turnkey, put together a program where he gets you into rentals in promising markets with appreciation and good rents, positive cash flows. And he has gotten people 30 to 80% returns in as little as 2 years. He counsels you when to sell, when to buy, where to buy. And then he has management companies that help you each and every day. So it's kind of being a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. MyBiggestReturn.com will get you a link where you can find out more. MyBiggestReturn.com. You know, Sheridan Auto Tech is a place you want to take your car, whether it's under warranty, relatively new, old, electrical issues, minor maintenance, major maintenance, repairs, whatever it is. Sheridan Auto Tech, they'll do an initial diagnostic free. They'll hook it up and get you some codes. They'll give you estimates to the best of their knowledge, and they're great, honest people. They're on Colfax west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242, the people I go to. You should too. SheridanAutotech.com.
Colorado, don't spend this.
Yeah, no, I stumbled on that one, buddy.
It was awesome. I should have taken that one.
Yeah, because remember I said...
Hey, did we get the caller up for that attorney?
Kelly stepped away.
This is a good call, bro.
Yeah. You mean the attorney, right?
Yeah. Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, Mark. I am so tired.
I'm just saying hello, bro.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. So I said your permanent link fucking shit did not work. Okay, hold on. Best solution: assign a permanent.
Tell me
link.
when you want me to ditch it and try it again.
No, not yet. Yeah. Assign a permanent push and view link. So it assigns a new system stream each session. I had this working permanent ID by using push and things. So step 1, have your co-host use a permanent push link. Have your co-host. How do they even know? You know what's really amazing? It says have your co-host Marc Mager. I never even mentioned you. Fucking mentioned you, and it says have your co-host Marc Mager enter this because it's AI and it just fucking knows me. It's just weird. So hold on, Ninja push co-host feed.
I'm going to ask Google AI something. Does Marc solve more problems? Does Marc Mager solve more problems than Tom Martino by leaps and bounds?
Well, we know who creates more problems.
Tom.
He never touches anything. Never touches anything.
Instead of using a room link, have your co-host manually enter
10 seconds.
using a direct
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy D was so distressed. He was working on a case. Well, we were all distressed by it. We were working on a case where a scumbag, an absolute scumbag, took money from a woman and was so blatantly bold about it. Dimitri, you want to summarize that?
Yes, Tom.
You want to summarize?
Yeah, it's a case that Bo has been handling since before I even joined your show.
Oh, okay.
And I've been helping him with it because it got complicated and it needed a lot of follow-up, and we both just kind of tag-teamed the matter. But yeah, basically the short version of it is there's an elderly lady in Colorado Springs who bought a piece of land with the last of her money. She sold her home, used the last of her money to buy a little piece of land near the springs, and bought a log cabin kit that needed to be assembled on site and made into a home.
What was her name?
And she entered into a contract. Her name is Carol. And the contractor's company, you may recall, was called Patriot Remodeling or Patriot Home. I don't remember, but the word Patriot was in there. And the guy she signed a deal with is, the infamous Justin Garcia. So in researching this matter, I came across Hollington Law's website. It's a firm down there in Parker.
But first, why don't you first? Wait, whoa. First, explain what Garcia did.
Oh yeah, so Garcia took, according to Carol, Garcia took her last $62,000 or $63,000. And that was the extent of what he did. He didn't do any work. He didn't pull any permits. He doesn't seem to have had any plans to even start the work. So Carol called you in hopes of trying to get the last of her money back because she's
not
broke,
only did
she's
she pay
elderly, she's lonely.
not only did she pay $62,000 to this scumbag, but didn't she buy the kit from another company for $28,000?
Yeah, she bought the kit. Yeah, I don't remember how much she paid for the kit or the land because that wasn't the problem. Yeah, 28 for the kit sounds about right. Now, I do agree that was all, those were all very poor decisions. But the fact that this lady made very poor decisions doesn't give anybody the right to take the last of her money and keep it. I mean,
now, what
did
he say when we confronted him? He said it was all a matter of contract.
Yeah, he's smug. He smugly said that this contract which I read several times, supersedes the State Contractor Trust Act, because in it he had Carol waive her right to the benefit of that act. And by the way, that's not a waivable right anyway.
But look, here's what we're talking about. Here's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Under the Contractors Trust Act, when a contractor takes money, it literally has to be put in trust for that job and cannot be mixed, matched, or spent outside of that job. He said, "Oh no, my contract allowed me to do anything I wanted." Anyway, without any further ado, how did you find Neil Hollington?
Neil Hollington has been a wonderful resource for me without him even knowing it for about a year. I was helping a friend of mine get out of this is totally unrelated to this call, but earlier last year, I was helping a friend of mine get out of a contract that she signed with a scumbag contractor. And as I researched the issues like the Trust Act and licensing requirements, I kept coming across Hollington Law website, because Mr. Hollington has published a whole bunch of essays there and cases that address a lot of the issues that people have with contractors. And so I kept referring to his website throughout the year, and I even cited some of those cases. But I called him to discuss the matter of Carol and Justin Garcia, and to see if it's a kind of case that he would take on, and if he would be interested. And I think I'll let the rest. I don't know how much Mr. Hollington can say about this matter. I know he did end up suing Justin Garcia. I do know that Justin Garcia finally got served, but that's about it. I haven't been hounding Mr. Hollington for updates.
Let's talk about that case first, to the extent he can. Then let's talk about, in general, what he does and how he can help people possibly.
Well, I've got a skylight one I've got to ask him about as well when you guys are done.
That's what precipitated my call to Mr. Hollington, is because Mark is working a case about a weird residential skylight installation, and we thought Mr. Hollington would like to weigh in on this.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to go back to Justin Garcia. What's the latest on that one?
I think that would be a question for Mr. Hollington, assuming he can.
That's what I meant it for.
Assuming he can talk about some of those issues without jeopardizing his case.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and I just want to say first, thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to speak with you guys. I kind of want to be a little bit careful. We do have an active lawsuit, but pre-suit couldn't really get anywhere. We sent a couple of different demands. We ended up filing a lawsuit. Mr. Garcia did retain counsel. There is a mediation provision in the contract, so that's kind of the next step to see if hopefully we can get things worked out without having to spend too much more time and cost involved. But yeah, I mean, certainly Mitra makes good points with respect to the mechanics lien lawsuit, or excuse me, the mechanics lien statute. It's certainly, my position that in general that requirement for contractors to hold in trust funds that they receive for the benefit of subs and material suppliers cannot generally be waived. There's also some public policy exceptions at play to the contract. There's some pretty heavy-handed language in terms of liquidated damages.
So are you saying that this was written, he was pretty smart, so to speak, when he was writing up this contract?
Yeah, in some respects. I mean, generally courts, in my experience, are going to, as an initial step, are going to look to the express language of the contract. I mean, there's always exceptions at play, right? If there's a statute at play where, a term can't be waived, or if, again, there's a public policy exception, but generally kind of the first step of the analysis is to look at the terms of the contract.
Aren't there things called, for example, I can see on no planet where taking $62,000 for nothing is acceptable. I don't care what the contract says.
I agree. And yeah, I mean, that kind of gets into the public policy exception, one potential argument. So for most claims, there are pattern jury instructions. For a builder, one of the pattern jury instructions is that even if the homeowner is in breach, that the builder is really only entitled to the value of the work and materials furnished to date. So kind of, with respect to liquidated damages provisions, if they're very heavy-handed, that can kind of come into play as a public policy.
Well,
highlight to the court.
What is he using to justify, and I'm talking about publicly, any responses he's made, what is he using publicly to justify his keeping the money? Isn't it clearly against the Contractors Trust Act?
Well, there is language in the Mechanics Lien Trust Fund statute that speaks to written releases or posting a bond. The bond obviously isn't at play here, but it's my understanding the language in there about a written release is kind of something that is kind of up for argument in this case. And then sort of there's a factual dispute as to who's responsible under the contract terms for retaining an architect or another engineer in terms of some issues that came up with respect to the kit that was purchased.
So does this go to court eventually?
Well, as of right now, we have stayed the lawsuit pending mediation. Hopefully, we're able to get everything worked out in mediation. Obviously, everyone has disagreements over, the facts of the matter. We feel very strongly about helping this Holcomb out. Hopefully, we can get it worked out. But, unfortunately, if you can't get it worked out in mediation, then a lawsuit's the next step.
Oh, so you have to try first mediation.
Yeah. So, well, in this case, there's another contractual term requiring pre-suit mediation.
Okay.
So that was invoked. Again, generally courts are going to favor alternative dispute resolution measures, especially if they're
and this is actually called pre-suit.
Well, the provision just requires the contractual provision just requires that any disputes before you file a lawsuit have to be handled through mediation.
Okay. And then after that, if you can't come to a decision, you're allowed to sue?
Yes.
Mr. Harrington, I have a quick question about that contract. The fact that Justin Garcia, if he truly did
break when you get a chance after this
in the jurisdiction in question, doesn't make the entire contract, including the mediation requirement, void at the time the contract was even conceived?
Potentially, yeah. So that's always an argument we raise. One thing that we always look at, the most municipalities have adopted the International Residential Building Code. That's pretty language in there is very broad in terms of requiring licensing and permitting for projects. If a contract does require licenses, permits that were not had, that is a basis to potentially void the contract. Unfortunately, it's not we don't have any case law on it directly on point from like the Supreme Court. It's more trial courts, and there's some appellate authority, but that's always an argument.
I'll tell you what, I got to take this break. We'll come right back with more.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lear Capital.
Yeah, we got a couple of crashes on I-25 up north, southbound I-25. In fact, just past the Northwest Parkway left lane block and a backup extending almost to Highway 7. Pretty rough little ride in there, mostly stop and go. Now, ahead of that, it'll loosen to get down past I-76, approaching 58. Left lane's also blocked on a crash. It's backed up right at the Boulder Turnpike. The rest of the freeway is not too bad. Northbound 25 up around 6th Avenue is kind of slow. Looks a little suspicious. There could be a problem there, and we've got jamming down Floyd Hill on I-70 westbound because of construction work. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
You know, one of the hallmarks of this show is we deal with a lot of people with heritage. And I remember 45 years ago when I came to town, I met with K&H Home Solutions. Actually, they were called K&H Windows back then. Henry and his wife Kay started it. Ted was taking over, the second owner, and then Lee Diamond took over just recently over the last couple of years, and it's such a great company with the same heritage. If you want window siding, doors, and more, K&H has what you're looking for. They have beautiful products, energy-efficient products, and great values, but here's what's more important than anything, a company you can trust. KHWindows.com, and that's 303-421-7100. I don't understand this push thing. Static solo link. I did that. I did the same fucking thing, you piece of shit. Always use that link.
10 seconds, guys.
8370.
Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. All right. Mr. Hollington is with us, and I want to ask him something. Does the Contractors Trust Act have any teeth? The one that says you got to take the money and use the money for that project. Does it have any teeth?
Generally speaking, yes, it has a lot of teeth. So it's written more, I will say it's written more towards the benefit of subcontractors, but there is a lot of teeth to it. It does provide for what's called treble damages, so 3 times the amount of the damages that were incurred. With respect to a homeowner, there's some case law that the homeowner's not entitled to the treble damages. They would have to hold it in trust for the benefit of the subcontractors. But generally speaking, yes, there is a lot of leverage, a good bit of teeth. That statute also allows for the recovery of attorney's fees as well.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, I wanted to ask him about something on the...
I was going to go there next. I was going to go there next. You have a whole case you want to talk about.
Please.
Go ahead, sir. Mark, go ahead.
Well, I mean, me?
Did something go wrong?
No. I'm up. I didn't know if you were going to be talking or not. We just had a delay there. So, picture a skylight. Picture a contractor that comes out and replaces a skylight for a lady. And a year later, and the place is actually called something Skylight. I mean, that's what they specialize in, is skylights. So it's leaking around the flashing 2 years later, and it's leaking pretty good. And they're saying because you didn't buy the flashing, that's why it's leaking. So therefore, we're not going to warranty it or to do anything for it. My contention is, how would she ever know to do that? She hired a skylight company to come out and replace the actual skylights. How would she know whether or not she needs flashing or anything else to do with it? I mean, what is your opinion on something like that? It's like if I had a roofer come out and tell me, oh, yeah, you need new shingles, but they decide not to do decking when I have holes in the decking under the shingles. So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so a good question. I would tend to side with your interpretation, right? I mean, most homeowners are not roofing professionals, right? They may not even know what flashing is. So, to me, it's, probably within the scope of what should have been addressed by the contractor pre-contract. It could be,
well, she actually, let me interrupt you because this is where it gets a little weird. She actually signed and acknowledged she wasn't going to buy the flashing package on the invoice, which to me, once again, though, is crazy. If she knew that would cause it so there would be a leaking issue, I still don't understand why they did it. I don't even know why it would be an option to buy the flashing.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose of the project in some ways. I mean, flashing is pretty important to waterproof everything. It could create some legal issues, though. I mean, if she did sign a document clearly, stating that she wasn't going to.
Yeah, she did. Unfortunately, she did.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
I'm still working on that case, and we actually had Brooke from Red Rock Solar go out. So She sent a guy out Friday, and we're just waiting for that person to update some notes.
All right, I'm dying to know how it ends up because I don't understand how a skylight place can sell skylights, but sell them and not actually include flashing and other things that you need to do when you install a skylight. I find it crazy. And my understanding was they can't even do work in that county.
Well, that, again, I mean, that presents an interesting issue if they, are not licensed. I'm not sure if replacing a skylight off the top of my head would require to get a building permit. But yeah, I mean, that's something that I always look at is the contractor licensed to do the work, and are they pulling permits, right? Because if they do not do that, one, it's the basis to void the contract, but two, the Consumer Protection Act, we're talking about statutes that have a lot of teeth to them. That's another potential statute that comes into play because the Consumer Protection Act explicitly calls out as a deceptive trade practice the failure to have licensing and the failure to get permitting for projects. They're difficult claims because there is a public impact element to it, so that kind of hinges on, hey, is this kind of a pattern in practice? Has this happened to other people? But if you can bring a good CCPA claim, again, that has attorney's fees, treble damages, and there is, a good bit of teeth to that statute as well.
All right, we need to take this break. We'll be right back with more.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lear Capital.
A couple crashes on I-25 southbound to start off your afternoon commute. Starting on the far north end of town, I-25 southbound, a crash in the left lane. After E470 Northwest Parkway through Broomfield, we are seeing stopped up traffic around the interchange. Not much of a delay otherwise. South of there, I-25 southbound, a crash in the left lane approaching 58th Avenue. Slow driving back from US 36 and IC70, adding about 5 minutes to your commute. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
And RedRocksRS.com is the solar company we endorse because of their honesty, integrity, and knowledge. They do sales, installation, and service. So many people are frustrated because the people sell you solar and disappear. Red Rocks can take care of that solar system even if they didn't install it. Now listen, it's best to go with them from the beginning, especially if you have a commercial system. They can help you with grants if you qualify to get it paid for 100%, even make money on your solar system by selling back to the grid. Whether residential or commercial, call them first. 303-704-2449, redrocksrs.com. CMG Mortgage, at a time when mortgage companies are dropping like flies, you want a company that's been around through it all because they have different products. Reverse loans are still alive and well. Equity is strong. You can get a reverse loan, 62 or older. You can also get jumbo reverse loans. Then, of course, you can get a conventional loan or the all-in-one loan, or what I call the liquid loan, a 30-year line of credit. A 30-year line of credit that you can pay it down when you need the money, borrow it again. It's a line of credit, and it's a first deed of trust line of credit. In fact, every dime you have in the bank with them counts against your average daily balance to save you on interest. 303-577-7206, 303-577-7206. Ask for John Clace.
Not the original
How
one.
old is Carol?
Yeah, no, the second one.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
APT.
Bo or Dimitri, how old is
Too
Carol?
young for you. Too young for you.
No, how old is
That's the
she?
way I think sometimes. Maybe they have a...
I have no idea who Carol is.
Guys, the victim in this case, Carol Holcomb.
With tow companies.
How old is
Bring
she?
in, get her inventory.
They're not listening.
And I thought,
I agree.
Shannon,
Probably
would you shock the shit out of him, please?
yeah.
There was a time. That time was before 206. APT was a
They're
very
trying to
good
talk
tool.
to you guys.
Hang on a second.
Go for it, Tom.
How old is Carol? Does anyone know?
How old is Carol? How old is Carol?
Yeah.
Anybody?
How old
Anybody?
is Carol?
Anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
Over or under 70?
Now, come on, man. I need to know. And ask the attorney if you don't know. I need to know. I'm posting this on the Sleaze Brigade.
Might have been the Justin.
80s, Tom.
was 80s.
80s.
Yeah, she was a whole.
Okay.
That was Dragon telling us to put our headsets on.
Here's what else I needed to know.
Yeah.
Do we have a picture of this scumbag, Justin?
I can't hear him. I can't hear them talking to me.
I can have Suzanne try to find one if you text the info.
Well, let's find out if we have one. Did you guys ever send me one?
I think Suzanne looked.
A photo of Justin Garcia.
What's the guy's name?
Justin Garcia.
Justin Garcia.
Okay, all right. hang on.
Justin Garcia?
He's not the guy that did transmissions somewhere.
No, that's
Garcia Justin.
Any birth date on the guy?
Any birthday on Justin Garcia?
But I know who you found. The transmission guy that's up by Bucky's now. For his shop.
Yeah, up in the Greeley, Longmont
Yeah.
area. He would do jobs, take the money, but never do the job.
And then the car gets stolen.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
I don't want to. Man, never mind. Okay.
Jeff Jolly.
That's what it is.
Good call, Hellcat. Some of these people listen to us.
FBI agents take legal action to protect identities.
Was it a log cabin she bought?
Out them like they outed the judges.
Guys, was it a log cabin she bought?
Some log cabin kit or something along those kind of lines.
Is that yes?
We heard it.
Yes, I think it is.
It looks like Tulsi Gabbard's going to be good. It looks like RFK is going to be good.
10 seconds.
Does the same soon after, with both countries agreeing to send 10,000 frontline personnel to their respective U.S. border. Will China cave next? The winning continues at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. I want to quickly go to Anthony. Anthony, what is your issue? And I want to see if Mr. Hollington can hang over because I'm getting a lot of text for him. It would really help us. This issue does not go away. It gets bigger and bigger. Anthony, what is your issue?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Tom?
What's happening? Tell me about Cornerstone.
Well, it's good to talk to you, sir. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
Being on the air.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Hey, I needed my roof done. I live in a townhome. It's an older one, built in the 80s, and my neighbor had her son. She's an older retired lady. She said, hey, my son said that we got hail damage from that last storm. This was back in July of last year. And I didn't really want to hear that, of course, but I thought, oh, no, well, got to get checked out. Long story short, Cornerstone was the company that we chose to go with because they've got nothing but 5-star ratings, and it's kind of strange when, these companies have nothing but 5-star ratings.
Hey, Anthony, if you can hang on, I'll take you right after the break. Maybe even our attorney might have something to say. But I want to get to the problem. You hired Cornerstone for your townhome roof replacement. Let's find out what went wrong. Let's talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Struggling with right.
Somebody need something from the break room?
No,
I'm
thank
good,
you,
thank
sir.
you.
In June 2023, Carol H., who is 80-year-old. I thought she was older than that. Carol H. Contracted Patriot Remodeling Services to build a log cabin on her lot. It was a kit, a log cabin kit she had previously purchased. Did she, Dimitri, are you listening?
He's out of the studio for a minute.
And no, he cannot listen at the position he is.
Okay, does anyone know, according to the contract, did she pay that $62,000 total down in one swoop or what? Ask the attorney if you can. Somebody pick up the phone. Or were they periodic payments?
Carol actually paid everything up front, the $62,000, or was it like in installments, or did you know that?
Hey, Tom.
Wait, yeah, one sec, Mark. I just want to. Yeah, go ahead.
What did you say was newer or better than hydrochlorothiazide?
What are you talking about?
HCTZ for blood pressure. You said there's something way better now.
Oh, there's all kinds of stuff now, but
Okay, perfect.
But that works good too.
Oh, okay. I might have told you the wrong thing, and then you said something else.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
She paid one check for $62,500.
Okay. Okay. And how much was the total job going to be?
I think $62,500. I think that's what she paid.
I understand. Are you sure? I mean, I'm writing this for the Sleaze Brigade.
Yeah, that's what the attorney just told me.
That's the whole price.
Well, she paid. She had to buy the land and
No, I get all that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the contract with Patriot. Was the total contracted price with Patriot $62,000? That's a real simple question.
Yes.
Okay.
$62,500.
Up front. So she paid in full up front.
Yes, that's what the attorney just said. One check.
I got it.
We are. Yeah, we are.
$62,000. Then, okay. What happened?
Well, I think Trump just signed something that's going to be huge.
Okay. Is Dimitri around? God.
Dimitri,
Yes,
sitting in a
Tom
spot where he can hear you. No,
I
no.
can't. I don't have access to intercom here. Do you know what he wants? I won't be able
Give
to
him your headphones. Give him your headphones, Chopper. Okay, now you're good.
Hey, Tom, it's Dimitri. Were you looking for me?
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Tom, it's Dimitri.
Yes,
Were you looking for me?
Dimitri, yeah. Quick questions. She paid $62,000. That was the contract paid in full to Patriot up front. And she was 80. And here's what I want to know. Where did things break down? What happened? I mean, after she paid the money, where did things break down?
I don't know. That was when the after it broke down. That's where I started helping Bo. So everything that happened before.
Is Bo there?
Bo is at home, but he's listening. Do you want me to have him call you?
Yeah. Yeah, I need the details. I'm writing this in Sleaze Brigade. And Sleaze Brigade gets a lot of SEO.
Yeah, I'll do you want me to ask Bo to call you or do what? Do you want me to have him call you after the show? Oh, right now. Okay.
Yeah, we only got
all right, I'm going to pass the mic back to Chopper. I won't be able to hear you if you're trying to talk to me again.
It's a big log cabin. It was a log cabin kit.
When this we can
she had previously purchased.
So you hear him. I didn't know you. I thought you were plugged into that one over there.
I could. Will I be able to hear him if I'm plugged in over there?
Yeah, you just have to use that set of buttons.
Yeah. Michael Brown has it up there loud.
I don't need to hear him.
Okay. Or you could do what I do. I listen to YouTube through my phone.
Thank you.
When they split us over there. But next time we'll just split this.
Yeah, let's do it next time. Thank you. It's a good
or
idea.
I'll tell you like I did. It only happens
10 seconds, guys.
For this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, I want to recap some things we've been talking about. By the way, this hour brought to you by Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. Genesis does everything on the outside of the house and kitchens, baths, and basements. Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. Okay, just hang on, Bo. I'm on, and I'll come to you during the break. Anyway, Bo's on the phone because I want to fill in some. I want to fill in some blanks here, Neil Hollington, if you could, on that woman. People have a lot of questions about her, and I know there's certain things that are public record. You can certainly talk about the facts of the case. She contracted in 2023 with Patriot to build a log cabin kit, a log cabin she had purchased from a kit. Records show she paid the entire contract in full, $62,000. Now, what I'd like to know, if it's okay to talk about, how did things go south?
Well, my understanding is that it is a dispute over the log home kit and whether or not, under the terms of the contract, Ms. Holcomb was required to basically have, for any issues that came up with the kit, if she was the one that was required to have an architect or engineer basically rework that kit as needed. So that, my understanding is that.
Okay, do you know the issue? Do you know what the issues were that came up with the kit?
There was an issue with some of the material that came with the kit and whether it was suitable for, basically kind of high altitude construction.
Got it. Do you know if Carol, I believe something had to do with snow load and other things, but do you know if Carol brought this up, or did Justin Garcia bring it up?
My understanding is that it was brought up after the kit was delivered.
Okay. Got it.
By Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
So that's sort of the basis of the dispute, and where the contractual dispute is hey, who's responsible for, the issues with respect to the kit.
And when he found problems with the kit, he said, look, I can't do it the way it is.
That's my understanding.
And at that time, did she just want to cancel?
I'm not sure specifically on the timing, but there was a while that the kit was basically just sitting there. They weren't, getting anywhere, and then ultimately Ms. Holcomb has requested the refund. So she didn't pay the entire contract amount. It was an initial deposit of about $62,000. So she requested to basically rescind the contract and get the deposit that was made.
So 62 grand. 62 grand was the deposit.
Correct.
It wasn't the whole price.
$62,500.
It wasn't paid in full.
No.
Do you know what the balance would have been?
Would have been $125,000 was the.
Okay, so she basically paid 50%. Okay, got it. All right. So anyway, that's where it broke down, and then he was claiming some ridiculous penalties per day, right?
I'm not aware of penalties per day.
We should actually have. I don't know why Deputy Bo. He's calling me. Why doesn't he just call the show? Let's just have him call the show and be on as well. I mean, here's the deal, Neil. We appreciate you very much helping her out. This woman had nowhere to turn, but I think what we need to do is just this guy, Justin Garcia, will not come on the show, but he feels he is 100% justified in every dime he's keeping. And I think, even though I don't agree with him, I think I need to bring out as much as possible on what he was thinking, if I can, even though he doesn't want to be on. I don't have to, side with him, but I should bring out what his belief is. And his belief is that he was delayed and he wants to be paid, and he had some penalty clauses. Would that be it in a nutshell?
I would think that, I think that's a fair characterization. There's some provisions in the contract. There's obviously a dispute between the parties as to, hey, who's in breach, who's responsible to deal with the issues with the snow loads.
But even if she didn't deal with him, even if she just wanted to back out and it was too much hassle for her at the time, I mean, there's a limit to the losses here. I mean, you can't just keep racking up losses saying, I'm not going to do any more work. I blocked this out for you, and I'm going to charge you so much a day. I mean, again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but, you have to mitigate your losses as a contractor.
Fair. Yeah, and that's exactly how I was going to respond is, you're correct. There is, a duty that the parties have to mitigate their damages there. Again, they're kind of pointing to the language in the contract.
Right.
That, hey, here's this liquidated damages provision. Our response is one of public policy that,
right.
If permits haven't been pulled, if you haven't performed, a 50%,
right.
Penalty is very steep.
What Mr. Hollington's talking about when he talks about, public, public service, or what was the term you used?
Public policy.
Public policy. In general, what that means and it happens in bankruptcy and all kinds, that even though there may not be a specific law written for it or a specific breach that can be noted, or even if something did happen, the overall public policy meaning, if the public in general did not react this way, it could be bad for society. I mean, that's truly where it came from. It came from the philosophy that everything has to be for public interest, even if it doesn't appear to be exactly the way the contract is written. It's a spirit of all law that says, hey, this is against public policy. I'm going to give you an example. In bankruptcy, some people decide to keep paying on their house. They never miss a payment. And even though personal liability is removed from the loan, now the deed of trust is still on the house, but the person, if they ever defaulted and walked away and the home was underwater or behind, and there was a deficiency, they couldn't go after the borrower personally. But even though that personal obligation is removed, that person is still living in the home and making payments. And for a bank, even though the bank would have a legal right to foreclose on that house during a bankruptcy, it would be against public policy to do so. It would do no good. And so for years and years and years and years and years, people have been declaring bankruptcies, continuing to make their monthly payment on their house, and banks have not foreclosed. So the reason I bring up public policy is he's made several mentions of it, and we really need to talk about it because it is an area of law, public policy. There's also an area of law that people don't talk about a lot, unconscionability. That even if something is written and people agree to things, Neil, I don't know how you'd say it, but a reasonable man would look at it and say, what? This is the most crazy thing I have ever heard of. I mean, it's so unconscionable that it can't be enforced. Is that a good way of putting it, or would you put it another way?
Yeah, that's fair, and just kind of along the same line of thought. With respect to contract law, the main sort of purpose in the event there is a breach, right, is to sort of put the party, the non-breaching party, in the situation or position they would have been, had there not been a breach, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
With respect to liquidated damages provisions, the courts are going to say, is it punitive, or is
Right.
it a fair assessment?
Exactly. And that's a good way
Mr.
of putting it.
Huntington, I'm reading the contract that Carol signed with Justin Garcia's company, and here's what it says about this is the unconscionable part. Contractor maintains the right to bill for time and equipment at $500 per hour if the stated project is delayed for any reason outside of force majeure. And when I had a conversation with Mr. Garcia on the phone, he told me that he's relying on this $500 per hour to keep her money, all $62,000.
In my opinion,
even though he has done absolutely no work.
That's
No work.
insane.
That's what it says right there in black and white. It's beyond
Right.
insane. It's I don't know what the word is.
So it says, I want you to actually text me that clause. I mean, because I'm writing
I can
Sleaze
email it
Brigade.
to you right now.
Yeah. So anyway, let's move on.
$500 an hour.
What's that?
Well, I would like Neil's interpretation of a clause like that. What would stop him from doing $10,000 an hour or $500 a minute? It seems so arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean, in some respects it is, right? Because, without, a court isn't going to have any sort of oversight unless there's a lawsuit and a disagreement over the scope, right? And then it's just a matter of the judge to kind of weigh in, is $500 an hour, is $10,000, whatever the number is, right? Is that punitive? Is it a good faith measure of what the reasonable damages and costs are, or is it meant to kind of penalize the other party? So I mean, unfortunately, with respect to contracts and really the kind of law in general, there is a lot of shades of gray and not black and white. But yeah, I mean, I would argue, $500 an hour, it seems to me to not be a fairly accurate or fair assessment.
Okay, especially since he has done no work to bill for. I can see if he put in 100 hours on it, but
Dimitri, send me that clause. That's interesting. Send me that clause. Anthony, I haven't forgotten about Cornerstone Roofing. And Bo, I realize you have things to say. I'm going to bring you up too. Let's take this quick break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Remember this. They are the company to call for any garage door problem, whether it's in the opener or it's in the door itself or any part of the opener or brand new doors, brand new openers. I love these people. I've used them on every house I've ever had. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Hail damage? Get help now with the exterior home professionals at Genesis Total Exteriors. They do roofs, siding, stucco, windows, decks, and more. So everything can be handled by one trusted company. One estimate. Think smart. Think GenesisTotalExteriors.com. On my referral list for many years. At referrallist.com or GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509. 679-8509.
Oh, man, I love talking about Zero Res. I get wound up. ZeroResDenver.com. By the way, Zero Res, say it backward or forward, and it does the same. It leaves no residue when you clean your carpet. Now, Zero Res is a company that uses only water. Super softened, purified water. It is the best and most powerful cleaning agent in nature, and they have harnessed it. Now, why do I get worked up about this? Because health is everything, especially inside your home. Carpets and floors, tile and grout, or ductwork, all done with this Zero Res process. No residue, all the old residues taken up from the old times, and pathogens and allergens. Even the indoor air quality is better in your home. Yeah, I know they have specials, and we should talk about that. But you know what's really important? The safety, cleanliness, and the beauty. But here's what I want to tell you. Right now, you can get 3 rooms, Zero Resified, starting at $109, and a free hallway, and $75 off duct cleaning. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. All right. What I like talking about as well as Zero Res is keeping your home warm and cozy or cool in the summer. 888heating.com will do it for you. 888heating.com says they can do high efficiency replacements for the best prices ever. You can't compare equipment and get a better price. So put them to the test. 303-770-2776, 888heating.com. Did you send that to me, D?
Did you send him?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did, Tom.
Thank you. By email or text?
By email or text? Email.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Hey, Mark. Yeah, he sent the whole goddamn contract. I'm looking. I can't go through these fucking pages. Can he give me an idea where that clause is, for God's sakes?
Dimitri, what page was that?
I mean, you gave me the whole contract. I don't have time to do this. I'm live on the air.
3. Scan 3.
10-3.
Scan 3.
Scan?
That's what it's called.
Scan 3, Tom.
Okay, thanks. And it is...
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Scan 3, yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Yeah, but this is PDF and it doesn't fucking highlight sons of bitches, motherfuckers.
Which is rare.
It's a picture of a contract is what it is. Come on, you piece of shit. There you go. Let me see if this will scan. Oh, I can copy and paste it. Good. I am like baffled. This woman was fucked. And I don't mean in a good way. Man, alive, this is terrible. Ugh. Is Marky there? Mark.
Yes.
Can you do me a big favor? If not, just say so. But I was going to I was going to shut down the feed after the show, obviously. But can you leave your camera up for a few minutes for me, just so I can mess with it? It's too hard to do during the show.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
It's up now, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, it's up now. It's perfect. Just keep it up on that link, and then I want to try some stuff. Okay, thanks. So just watch what you do to Suze, you know.
Check. That's our fans only page.
Oh, that would be so weird.
Wouldn't it be weird, seriously, to come across like another couple you know?
Or so, oh my
and
God,
they do
I
have
thought
a
of that.
fans only.
Or, you know, I wanted to do a fictional.
Or a relative or something.
I wanted to do
Or your
a
ex-wife.
fiction story about something like that. About like a guy like surfing a porn and coming across his wife.
Oh my God, that would be unbelievable.
In a secret
Ex-wife
room.
and her girlfriend.
Then he has to figure out, well, how do I tell her?
.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino. Man, turns out to be a very, very informative show. So I want to go back to the roofing. I don't want him to run out of time. Cornerstone Roofing, and then Bo, hang on, we'll come back to you and Neil. And Anthony, so basically you hired Cornerstone Roofing to replace the roof on your townhome. What happened?
Well, they finally were able to start the job, and it was a time in July where it was just raining really heavy every day. And I came home from work, and I found water all inside the house. Took pictures, sent it to the project manager. He apologized. He said they'd make it right.
So would your homeowner's insurance. So what happened then?
He said that they would make it right, and in communication with him, he said there was, I guess, someone above him that had to be the one to make any decisions, and they just were never available.
Okay, so here's what I want to know, Anthony. Anthony, where does it stand right now today? Right now today. Have they ever done anything for that First of all, did they finish your roof?
They did, and it took them 3 days for the two sides, and the roofs and the gutters do look good.
Good.
But,
now, next thing.
the damage is still there, though.
Did they ever do anything with the interior damage?
No. The project manager had a couple of drywall and painter people come by and take a look, and I thought, this is a little more than drywall.
What's the residual damage you have right now?
I contacted a restoration company. A couple of them, they wanted.
Hey, bro, Anthony, you have to understand something. I get you, man. I know you want to tell me the story, but I'm not asking process. I'm asking results. What inside damage do you have?
I've got big holes in the ceiling where they patched it because they had to remove all the insulation. I'm missing half my kitchen. missing the 2 feet up from the floor on the drywall and the insulation on the outer walls, and I'm missing half of my, most of my floor in the kitchen and the dining room. Yeah,
Wow.
Yes, sir.
How much will it cost to fix all of that?
Well, the roof was only about $8,000, but the restoration is, I think, we're up over $25,000 right now.
Wait a minute. So you already, this is bad news. Oh, God. You already engaged a company to do your restoration?
Well, it was through the Cornerstone's insurance.
Hold on. So wait a minute. Cornerstone's insurance, they did put in a claim with their insurance?
Yeah, I put in a claim with their insurance.
Okay,
yeah,
and
they did.
their insurance has been paying for some restoration?
No, they only wanted to pay one check for everything, but the adjuster through Cornerstone, well, whoever they contracted, but had approved the work, and I was out of town, and then they changed adjusters, the Cornerstone's insurance, and then they stopped the work on the house. And it's been that way ever since.
How much do you think they have done in percentage? 25% of the work, 50%, 100%, what?
Talking about the restoration company?
Yeah. You put no. Yeah. How much did they do so far?
I'd say probably less than half, because they did all the tear out, but there's still additional
I got it.
work to be done on the tear out before they even do the rebuild.
Anthony, I have really, this is like the lightning round in Jeopardy. I don't need a lot of story. What I want to know is, does the insurance company or does Cornerstone acknowledge they still owe you repairs?
They won't even respond to email or call or anything.
You're being totally ghosted by ghosted by these people.
Yeah, the Cornerstone and their insurance company. Right?
Why do you think? What happened that all of a sudden? Why were they helping at first and not now? What happened?
Well, what I was told through the manager for the restoration company is that the home inspector had only approved like $1,300 in repairs, and it's like, how can you approve only $1,300?
Got it. So you're thinking, here's what you're thinking. It was way more than they thought, so they didn't. So basically, you're being ghosted. How long have you been ghosted 100% right now, where they haven't contacted you at all?
Let's see, probably September, I guess.
Oh, man. No.
October,
Listen, Anthony, we got to jump on this. But I want to ask another obvious question. I have to take a break. Did you ever put in a claim with your insurance? Because this would be a no fault. They would do it and go after the other company. Did you ever contact your insurance?
Yes, and I told them what was going on, and they actually reached out to Cornerstone, and they got ghosted too. And Matt Stanford had said that claiming my insurance on it would be an option. I'm like, well, I don't really want to do that, but he's the expert.
So did you do it?
No, I'm still in communication with Matt. We're kind of
okay.
He was
calling
on your show
Matt.
and
Calling Matt at Paragon was a very wise decision. Hold on. We got more coming up. Don't hang up. I'm going to go back and forth. I'll go back to you, but I need to take Bo after this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. Can Mark do these? Ask him.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6.
No response.
AHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
As we hit the bottom of the 1 o'clock hour, I-25 north and southbound back to highway speeds through the Denver Metro. It's a downright quiet drive all throughout town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA, as well as out west into the high country. No complaints out west through the mountains as well. Back to town on the south end, I-225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. On the north end, I-270 east and westbound flowing free as well. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. We've been talking about solar for years. We've always lamented these clowns that come and go. But I'm telling you that if you need a solar company that have the expertise of the installation, the service, the follow-up, the finances, the tax write-offs and all that, they can help you in all of it. A full, complete solar company. RedRocksRS.com. 303-704-2449. They can even do big commercial projects where 100% is paid for if you qualify, and you can make money selling back to the grid. Find out more, 303-704-2449. 704-2449, redrocksrs.com. Hey, you know what I know? That people have questions and about all consumer issues, especially when they get in an accident. I know because I get the calls. Hey, Tom, I was just rear-ended. What do I do? I say, well, what do I tell you to do all the time? Call John Fuller. I'm not kidding. Call him. You know, John Fuller's the only attorney that'll talk to you up front after an accident, and you don't have to hire him. Just call him. He'll talk to you about your case, what it's worth, how do you collect, what do you do next, all of that. Just talk to him. It's all free. Now, why does he do it? Because he wants clients, right? Nothing wrong with that. But you're under no obligation. If you do hire him, and it's on a percentage fee basis, and then you get his cell phone, you can call or text at any time. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller. And his website is called callfuller.com.
Did he change it again?
It's been the same one for the past month or so.
It used to be
Callfuller.com.
my
accidentlawyer.com.
Yeah.
Man, this sucks.
But he's been doing the Call Fuller one for about a month.
Ooh. I need to know if we have a picture of this Justin Garcia piece of crapoli.
Does anyone have a picture of Gus?
I might have it in my email where I put Sleaze Brigade stuff.
If anyone would have it, it might be Sue's. She's the one that normally looks through the social media stuff.
There he is. Do I have a picture? Let's see. We have a lot of communication with this clown. You know that? Son of a bitch. I thought I had a photo of him. Oh, wait, photo, yay. Do we have it? Is it there? You piece of ugly garbage. Hold on, I think he's there. Let me see. Endorsement. Production Q. Sleaze. Justin. I can't believe I'm so inefficient here. Come on, you bastard. Come on, you bastard. Justin Garcia. Shit. I was so remiss on okay, we have somewhat of a picture. I don't know if it'll work. Let's try it. I know this. I've seen this clown before. This Justin Garcia. Piece of crap.
Hey, Tom, make sure we give that attorney's info out.
Yeah, I saw that. You're right. You're right. Thanks. Well, I got his picture. Motherfucker. I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk like this.
10 seconds, guys.
I bet she's...
Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Call 844-844-iHeart to get started. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, a lot of people have been texting asking, hey, this Neil Hollington sounds like a great guy. If I want to go after a contractor or feel I've been taken advantage of, how do I get in touch with him? Well, I'm going to give you his number. It's Hollington Law Firm. Neil, I don't know your website. What's your website?
Hey, Tom. It's just hollingtonlawfirm.com.
Great. And that's Hollling, Hollington, Ton, just like it sounds. HollingtonLawFirm.com, 303-276-2647. Now.
Hey, does he do free initial consultations?
We do, yes.
Neil, what kind of cases?
Excellent.
I'm just going to warn you. We can be a real bug and get you on the show a lot and get you a lot of clients. And I say that not, meaning a lot of people say, oh, no, Tom, I don't do that. I don't do that. In other words, I don't want to bring you just a bunch of people that have problems. What do you look for? What kind of clients? What kind of cases?
Well, primarily, I guess the cases that we handle are kind of into two buckets. One, we do a lot of construction defect litigation, whether it's new construction or kind of large remodeling projects that have kind of gone awry. And then beyond that, we do handle a lot of first-party property insurance claims as well.
Okay, cool. Now, Deputy Bo. And Anthony, we're not done with you, but Deputy Bo, what have we left out here? You've been listening. Chime in here on the.
Yes. Okay. Carol called in on September 23rd. Yeah, this piece of crap took $62,000 from Carol. He didn't do a damn thing over there. She bought a cabin kit. She paid $28,000 for it. It was delivered. And Justin Garcia's only reason for not getting started on the work is because she didn't have the right plans from the cabin company. She ordered the right plans to build it within a week. And part of the $62,000, he was supposed to at least cover the cabin kit during all of this. He hasn't even covered up the cabin kit. He hasn't done anything for her. He took her life savings. She's living at someone's house, her cousin's house, waiting for this project to be done. This guy stole her life savings, and I think the police should get involved for elderly theft. She's 80 years old. She's destitute. Justin Garcia took all of her money and didn't do a damn thing. I'm just upset about it.
I don't blame you, bro. I love your passion.
And the picture, there's a picture of him on Patriot Remodeling
I got
LLC.
Dimitri got that for me.
He's a brazen. Yeah, he's even called into the show. He thinks he's justified because he has this BS $500 an hour clause. Well, dude, he hasn't even went out there to cover the cabin kit. He just stole her money. And I think we should call his number. I mean, I don't know what the...
No, I know what you're saying, bro. I know what you're saying. And we will go to war with him. That we call that going to war. And again, that's something an attorney would never do or sanction. It's where we tell people, here's what we do, Neil. We tell people, look, contractors always want reviews. They beg for reviews. They beg for leads. They beg for feedback. So give him feedback. We give out his number and say, look, let him know you heard about him. I think when people know that, it helps. Again, I'm not asking, Neil or attorneys don't normally do stuff like that. So anyway, here's the bottom line. At least she's being helped, right, Bo? And we didn't have anyone.
Troubleshooter Show. Yeah, and we got this lawyer, Neil's doing this work for no charge, for pro bono, which I think is great. I'm glad Dimitri found this lawyer to help her out.
He's a great, yeah.
I want to see her get her money back.
I don't want to make this clear. He doesn't work for free. And again, everybody makes their own deal. I'm not trying to hawk him as being somebody who's going to take care of everybody. I want to be fair here. But like my mom would say, he's doing God's work. I mean, when you help people who've been ripped off, I just can't believe how many people there are, how many we get on a yearly basis that put money down and got nothing in return. And Bo is very
life
upset.
Savings.
And Bo, did he give you the nonsense about the $500 an hour that ate up the money?
Sure, he was brazen. He called into the show and bragged about this $500 an hour clause for when the work wasn't started. He's the one that's supposed to get the work started. It was only delayed 2 weeks to get the correct plans. He didn't even frickin' go out there and cover the project.
This is some inside information. This is some inside information, and I'm not sure Neil wants to even talk about it. But whenever we're up against a scumbag or somebody sues me, we always look at the opposing counsel. Who would take this? I mean, not that I think there's anything wrong with them. What I mean by that is everyone deserves counsel. I'm not judging the counsel for the client they took, but I am sizing them up as to what kind of adversary they would be. And one thing some of us do in these cases, and I will say, you look at their bar number. And
that's good. Yeah.
And that tells you basically how long they've been around. I mean, that's like a little weird thing. You look at their record. You look at what they've done. And Neil, like I said, I don't want to get personal on the air or anything, but I'm sure you sized up, who would take this case, who did he get, what did he get. You can always tell when somebody gets a family friend or somebody who does primarily other law, and then they get someone here, or in other words, you can tell a lot by how they're shoring up for war. Neil, did you do some due diligence on that? You rather keep it to yourself or what?
I want to kind of be somewhat mom. I will say that, the attorney on the other side, they've been around for a while. I'm not sure sort of what cases they typically specialize in. But, I will say that, from the discussions that we've had, I feel like they are reasonable, which is always kind of a
Actually, you really want good attorneys on the other side, right, Neil? I mean, truly, because there's nothing worse than an attorney that is filled with bravado and other stuff, but not knowledge of the law.
100%. Yeah, it's sort of my perspective, 2 cents on everything is, you don't need to pick a fight necessarily over everything, right? Like you have your stances that you take, but if you argue about absolutely everything, you don't get anywhere. So it's always nice when you do have attorneys on the other side that, they're skilled, they know their arguments, but at the same time, they're willing to kind of work with you in the hopes that we can get a resolution to the case,
All
right? So that's kind of
good. And I'll let you go, Neil. Neil, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for being here. Hollington Law Firm, 303-276-2647. More coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
As we hit the bottom of the 1 o'clock hour, I-25 north and southbound back to highway speeds through the Denver Metro. It's a downright quiet drive all throughout town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA, as well as out west into the high country. No complaints out west through the mountains as well. Back to town on the south end, I-225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. On the north end, I-270 east and westbound flowing free as well. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about recruiting, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
Vestera Turnkey is a strategy to become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. And, it takes a minimum investment. Then he buys a property for you, helps you manage that property through a management company, helps you sell that at its peak or near its peak or to make a good profit. He's been getting great returns for people. Now, here's my message, because we've been getting a lot of calls. Yes, I am coupling owners together with me to do smaller chunks if you don't want to do the whole thing. But let me just say this. It's always better to go directly to Vestera and do the whole thing if you can. It's one person per property. If you do it through Wave 8 Wealth Management, we're doing LLCs of smaller groups, and you still get good returns, but they are different. That you only own a portion of it. I just want to make that clear. And we are putting those together, okay? That's not our primary business. Now, Vestera Turnkey loves working with us. We love working with them. They'll work directly with you, though. 303-888-3788, 888-3788, mybiggestrureturn.com. Gravina's, sorry. I'm sorry, man. I just overlooked that. You know what I love about
coming next.
Oh, I'm sorry. You took it. Good.
Yeah.
Just let me know. I'm sorry.
Coming next, about 40 seconds. Yeah,
all right.
No worries.
Let me hear a little return audio.
Living space. You have the reasons why to get your project done. But what about the when? We're about to help you with the when, and you'll get it done sooner than later. Todd?
Okay, Dad, here it is. Folks, we are, for a very short time, offering bank financing or a significant cash discount on all services for select install dates. With so many style, color, design, and material options available, you'll be really excited to start the solution to your kitchen, bath, or basement dilemma now. Contact us for details.
That's really exciting, Todd. For nearly 40 years now, kitchens, bathrooms, counters and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word will fit you right at Done Right. Go to drhi.com or 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
Okay, I forgot who I'm supposed to do here. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Venus.
I don't want to hear any jokes about getting older. But anyway, Gravina's. Gravina's, they've been around longer than me, believe it or not. Now, they started, I think, in the early 70s, maybe late 60s. Larry Gravina worked with his dad, then went off on his own in the 80s and has been doing business ever since. 950 West Evans. I call them the original Gravina's. Gravina's windows and doors, and Larry and his son now work together. Nick is taking over. It's a true heritage, truly, when it comes to the original Gravina's at 950 West Evans. They have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors, so you're not pigeonholed into one product. GravinaWindows.com. That is singular there, GravinaWindows.com. The number 303-472-8462. If you're looking... Man, okay. That's a good point. I can copy that link into another page to see if it's me or if it's... Okay, it's a good idea. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to see what the hell's going on here, ladies and germs. I'm going to copy that link. Then I'm going to go to an incognito mode. Boom, boom. Okay, see? That's what I get, you lousy piece of garbage. Okay. All right, I did what you said.
Done. Yep. Dimitri, when you sit here, like I said, there's a Y splitter in there.
Oh, okay.
You put it in here.
Cool.
We both here after the show. Mm-hmm. You can talk whenever you need.
Thanks for letting me know about that.
Yeah.
I'll do that next time.
I thought you were connected over there. Doc probably wouldn't tell you that, but we would. Because we have to do it every once in a while.
Yeah, we do. Okay.
Ten seconds, guys.
Judiciary Committee Chair. We talk about the fight over birthright citizenship, that plus deporting criminals and more. Plus Missouri's AG taking on China over COVID and more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Woo! A busy day. Let's talk now. Again, Bo, we're going to work with Carol. Anthony with Cornerstone, I'm going to give you someone to work with on our staff. Kachina, let's give someone Anthony to help him with Paragon, because Paragon's not at fault here, but I think he needs to put in a claim with his insurance, truly, and then let them go after the other company. Plus, we'll help. So let's assign this to someone to babysit. Who should we send it to babysit?
You want to give it to Dollar? He hasn't.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's give it to Dollar to babysit. All right, now I want to talk to Mary. Mary, what's going on?
She gone. She fell off.
Okay, Mary fell off. We'll try to get her back on tomorrow. We are simply out of time. Don't forget referralist.com for help, information, and referrals. And tell people about the YouTube fun and games, okay? We got more coming up tomorrow. Save all your problems for me.
All right, you guys are clear. See ya.
Okay, man. I'm going to keep it up for a second here, if you don't mind.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW. KHOW.com. And on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Are you ready for Valentine's? Then spread the love where it really counts. Health, safety, and beauty with the only carpet cleaner I'll ever use, Zero Res. And the K-House Special. Get 3 rooms, Zero Resified, starting at just $109 with a free hallway and $75 off duct cleaning. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Uses super purified softened water, the best cleaning agent in nature. No soaps or harmful chemicals. Carpets look and feel like new. Also Also, tile and grout, upholstery, clean almost anything with love, health, and great value. Call now, 303-471-5150, and you'll know why I love ZeroResDenver.com. Don't breathe unhealthy pathogens and allergens ever again. ZeroResDenver.com. 3 rooms starting at just $109, a free hallway, and $75 off duct cleaning. Zero Res. Spell it forward or backward. It spells the same. And tell them Tom Martino told you to call.
Eating, working, living pain-free. These are a few of the things many of us take for granted. But for many adults with disabilities who are elderly or have serious medical issues, dental care is simply unaffordable. Dental Lifeline Network is looking for dentists who can change this. DLN is asking dentists and their teams to volunteer to just see one of the many patients in need. You can literally change a life. Visit willyouseeone.org to help change one life in your community today.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The first flight carrying migrants to Guantanamo Bay has taken off from El Paso, Texas. It will bring slightly less than a dozen migrants to a max security lockup used to hold al-Qaeda detainees. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said previously that those facilities would be used to house, quote, the worst of the worst. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says El Salvador's president has offered to house American deportees and even incarcerated American citizens in his country's prisons.
Obviously, we'll have to study it on our end. There are obviously legalities involved. We have a constitution. We have all sorts of things, but it's a very generous offer.
Both Tulsi Gabbard's nomination for Director of National Intelligence and Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination for Secretary of Health and Human Services have been moved forward by Senate committees for a floor vote. President Trump's additional 10% tariff on products from China took effect overnight, and China fired back, slapping tariffs on U.S. imports, including coal and crude oil. This is ABC News. A new lawsuit following the death of a young Wisconsin man who died from an asthma attack after the price of his inhaler skyrocketed.
22-year-old Cole Schmitnick treated his asthma with an Advair inhaler, costing $66 a month. But last year, his family says Walgreens told him the inhaler was no longer covered by his insurance and would cost $539. Unable to afford it, Cole left the store without it.
He made $19 an hour. He worked full-time. He had his own insurance. However, he couldn't afford $539.19.
5 days later, Cole's family says he suffered a severe asthma attack, later dying at the hospital.
ABC's Andrea Fujii. Teenagers are spending an average of 1.5 hours on their phones in school on a daily basis. And according to a new study published in JAMA Pediatrics, 25% of students logging on for more than 2 hours. The study says those students are mostly social media and messaging apps. Dave Packer.
Employees at King Superstores in the Denver Metro preparing to strike Thursday morning. President Joe Kelly is disappointed negotiations have gotten to this point.
They have not even responded to the last best and final offer, meaning they have not presented it to their members.
He says the company has extended its hand when it comes to pay increases, but UFCW President Kim Cordova says negotiations are stuck at staffing shortages and unsafe working conditions.
Workers are having to do the job of 2 to 3 people. They're skipping breaks and lunches. It's having a mental health impact on them.
Cordova criticized King Supers for preparing temporary workers to take the place of those on strike. Investigators giving more details about Sunday's shooting at Denver's Washington Park. Witnesses told police a fight began after a man asked to share a bench with 28-year-old Ryan Eggleston. He allegedly shot at that man, waited a moment, and then shot at a second man who was not involved in the altercation. That man was wounded but is expected to survive. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
One incident over on the east end of town. We've got a crash reported at the intersection of Evans Avenue and South Monaco Parkway. I-25 north and southbound. We're still showing highway speeds through town after a busy early afternoon. On the north end, I-270 eastbound, some stop-and-go traffic between I-76 and Vasquez, only adding about 2 or 3 minutes to your commute. To DIA, I-70 east and westbound, flowing free. The same can be said out west into the high country. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
The best
best $45 you'll ever spend on your furnace. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. 888heating.com will get your furnace ready for winter with their $45 deep cleaning special. They tear apart your furnace, get rid of all the dirt, and give you a no breakdown guarantee. I know lots of companies offer specials like this, but these guys actually clean it. They're just not trying to sell you something. Go to 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those, we need to talk. About to talk. We talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All these tariffs, listen, you don't have to be smart in economics to know. This pushes the EU.
25% tariffs.
This pushes the EU. This pushes Canada. Pushes Mexico into the arms of China.
The unintended consequences of it, we don't know yet, and they will likely be far larger than any of us can calculate.
Say goodbye to your avocado toast and your tequila. We're going to see real pain, and again, it's not actually going to address the fentanyl crisis.
These are our friends, and we are treating them like trash. We are bullying them. Now he's going to tax our tequila and avocados?
Yeah.
Not even 24 hours, and they're already exposed for the fools that they are. Ryan Schuling Live with you. Your text at 57739. Start those, Ryan, if you would, please. Jesse Thomas alongside. Not long before he set sail for Arizona and spring training and the Colorado Rockies and all that. So we're going to savor the flavor of Jesse Thomas while he's here. And A-Rod will be joining us in hour number 2, reporting live from the Super Bowl, site of the Super Bowl in New Orleans, Louisiana. He was with us yesterday, and now he's been able to compile some sound from media access, which happens on the Tuesday before the Super Bowl. That is customary. Now, before we get into all the political stuff, Jesse, you kind of dropped a bombshell on me that I was both surprised and impressed by. How many Super Bowls have you been to?
Well, to cover 3.
3?
Yep. And that was back in the day where the original 950 The Fan, for those that remember that.
Sure.
On the old building at Jefferson Pilot Communications on Monaco and Mississippi there.
Wow.
Yep. So, yeah, I've been to 3 as a working guy and 2 as a fan.
2 as
one
a
of them,
fan.
One as a fan, I don't really remember that well. It was 1987, the Broncos Super Bowl at the Rose Bowl against the Giants that they lost.
I remember
we
that
were living
one.
in Huntington Beach at the time, and big Bronco fans, obviously. And I was a little too young to really enjoy it. But, yeah, I've been to 2 as a fan and 3 as a working. Now, you know, when you're working them, you don't really get to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, you pretty much work all week, and then you fly home and watch it on TV like everybody else.
Huh.
That's pretty much what happens. Nobody gets tickets to it, you know what I mean?
You were telling me, though, the first one is the best one, and nothing compares after that one.
The first one is awesome because, you know, just the spectacle, and, you know, Radio Row is awesome, and everybody and their moms trying to sell a book or some sort of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They do it a little different nowadays than back in the day, but, and then, you know, Friday at 5, and everybody hits the bricks and flies home because nobody has tickets.
Yeah, and they're ungodly expensive.
And certainly we're in the wrong business to afford them.
You and me both. Barry Sanders, I remember he was hawking goods and services and products and so forth, and he's not the only one. He's just the one that comes to mind because he's the all-time greatest Detroit Lion. And, of course, Detroit Lions will never make the Super Bowl. If not this year, I just don't see it ever happening. I know I sound like a negative Nancy, but, hey, I'm a Lions fan. I get to do that. Jesse, anything that stands out as a highlight from any of the Super Bowls that you either covered or attended as a fan?
Well, the parties. Yeah, I mean, Radio Row's one thing because the guests pretty much, they come, their agents, their handlers pretty much walk them up to you if they have something to sell. It's really easy to book guests. Or it used to be. I don't know how they do it anymore. It's been a decade plus since I've been to one. But yeah, the parties in Miami in particular, I forget which Super Bowl it was. But it was incredible. I mean, you want to talk about just over-the-top extravagance. Yeah, that's probably my best memories.
I just love living vicariously through Jesse Thomas, and I'll do more of the same with A-Rod coming up at the bottom of the second hour. I was going to say,
I got some questions for him, too.
Okay.
Since this is his first time down there. Yeah, 100%.
Well, please join me in that conversation, then. That'll be about 3:33 p.m. here in the Mountain Time Zone. Looking forward to a Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs in it. How exciting. And I'm very sarcastic there. Fly, Eagles, fly. Not a big Eagles fan. Kind of neutral on them as it stands. But if I'm given the choice, Philadelphia or the blankety-blank Chiefs, Kelly, I'm rooting for the Eagles. And I know you are too, right? You got to be.
I am.
Yeah, okay.
That makes three of us.
I think it makes all of Denver, right? Nobody in their right mind.
I think it might be the majority of the country, to be honest with you.
Yes, absolutely. I would love to see Nick Sirianni win one. Jalen Hurts, I have no problem with the guy. I was hoping for a Philadelphia-Detroit NFC title game at Ford Field. That's what it should have been. 1 seed against the 2, but Lions did not hold up their end of the bargain. Philadelphia won fair and square. They beat the very team that defeated Detroit, the Washington, formerly known as Redskins, and they're in the Super Bowl. So go Eagles this Sunday. Let's go to the texts out of the gate, because this just follows up on what we were talking about yesterday with all the winning. There's so much winning. You know, it's hither and yon. It's over there. It's over here. It's everywhere. It's Roy Kent. It's Ted Lasso. You know, I just feel the winning. I'm surrounded by the winning. I'm immersed in the winning. Kelly, I got to check with you almost like on a daily basis. Are you sick of winning yet? Are you getting tired of winning? Are you stressed out, worn out by the winning?
I don't think so. I'm kind of happy with it right now.
You want more winning?
Yeah.
There's
Let's
more winning.
do that.
Okay, I'll report on the more winning today. I don't know if I can get in all the winning in the 2 hours that we have. And even, you know, if I had used every single second of every single minute. But let's go to the text, 57739. Ryan, I love playing poker. If Trump walks to the table, I'd say, table's yours. Damn, I love having a president like that. Well, Dan Bongino put it in terms today, and I always invite you to listen to these other podcasts and build a mosaic of who you get your information from. For me, it's Bongino, it's Ben Shapiro, it's Mark Levin, it's Megyn Kelly, it's Dana Lash on occasion. Now, I don't have time necessarily